I don't even know what's happening anymore. It's pure chaos. Welcome everybody. Hello. Good evening. We're back with some not new faces, but some older characters. You're reprising their roles today. What's up, Tark? Thank you for that sub earlier, buddy. I appreciate you. So we are going to be diving into another evil one-shot today. A little more lighthearted than the usual, as we're attempting to help Girthmog and Firegrim achieve their culinary dreams. It's been a crazy couple weeks. The stream is going to be off tomorrow, and then we'll be resuming our regular campaign on the 18th. Apart from that, no real announcements or anything to get through. We are joined today by our good friend Tarkonix, Just JTB, and Hell's Corp, all reprising a character they've played once in an evil game before. So this should be a good time. I'm really quite excited about this. So, real quick, if you guys want to, starting with Tark, just introduce yourself, say hi to the stream, and get everyone some shout outs real quick, and then we'll go down to JT and we'll just go in order. Go ahead.
Oh, I gotta go first?
Yeah, you're at the top.
I'm Tarkonix. I'm playing fucking Girthmog. He's a super smart dude. He's a really cool guy. But fucking twitch.tv/Tarkonix to see, I don't know, feet stream.
Oh, nice. We got the feed
Hey,
streams.
yeah.
I want to get in on that.
Hey, yeah.
All right,
Now, are
next,
you going to be
JTB.
looking at feet? Or?
Is it is it your feed or are we looking at other
We
people's
did
feed?
wiki feet.
Wiki feed. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Okay, JT, you're up.
All right, I am Just JTB. I stream every month or so, occasionally, sometimes.
Truth.
And today I am reprising the role of Firegrim the Smol. Yes, I am here to burn shit.
I love it.
Yeah.
We got
There we go.
Girthmog the Thicness and Firegrim the Smol. And last but not least, we got Hell's Corp. Go ahead and say hello, buddy.
Really struggled with that knot there. Kind of.
I see. I had to really.
I'm Hell's Corp. They call me Hells. I do Twitch shit. Same as the rest of the dicks here.
Thanks,
I'm
buddy.
going to be playing Roteleks. He's a sorcerer, and that's all you got to know. I don't think he has any specific features that make him better or worse than anybody else.
He's
I think
got a big personality. We love him.
Yeah,
for
he's
it.
just got a big personality. He's fine.
All right. So
Twitch
quick.
TV/Hell's Corp.
There you go. Yeah, I did some shout outs for y'all too. So if you guys haven't already, I'm pretty sure y'all follow everybody. If not,
I just want to point out that out of all three of the people, Shameless thinks I'm the one that's okay.
Oddly enough, that's strange. Anyway, so quick recap. You guys haven't been there for the last couple one shots. We've had some other parties achieving some evil goals. So after the first game, you all ran together, where you disabled a warning beacon and essentially rid the upper world of any way to communicate that the halls of Belrund were being invaded by the forces of evil. You all made your way back to the base, the stronghold that is sprung up in this once great dwarven hall, to revel in your success and possibly bask in the riches and fame that followed. It's been probably a month or so since that invasion happened, and in that time the forces of evil have been not quite stagnating, but biding their time, waiting for their plans to come to fruition in other places across the continent. So things have grown a little bit calmer here than they usually are, which doesn't really spell a lot of good things for the forces of evil, being that they're a group who just love fighting. So infighting has become all the more common, people looking to make names for themselves by slaughtering rivals instead of slaughtering the enemies of the forces of evil. Meanwhile, Girthmog and Firegrim, taking your once great riches from your success, decided that you were going to put your efforts in towards furthering your culinary dreams as a team. You improved your food cart, worked on a few new recipes, and just eventually it came time to pick up some property. Didn't so much buy it as more or less forced your way in, and while you have yet to open or even name your new restaurant, already the word has begun to spread around town, and a little bit of competition has begun to spring up. Other people looking to make a name for themselves in the evil culinary world deep here in the Underdark. One such individual is a fellow by the name of Cardan Sinodel, a drow and a highly skilled cook. Not quite on your level, you think, but definitely enough to be a thorn in your side and take a little money out of your pockets. So, before you get the chance to open your restaurant, you're looking to pad the menu a little bit, shall we say, and increase, the rarity and quality of things people might come to your restaurant and find. You've been asking around, trying to probe where you can, figuring out anything rare or delicious that might be wandering through the Underdark that you can go track down. However, today's not the day to go, as there is a food inspector, the health inspector. Not something you think all that common amongst the forces of evil, but given the rash of food poisoning and illness that followed upon the opening of your food cart, the forces above thought it might be prudent to send someone to check on the progress of things. The two of you have arrived at your new restaurant. Disheveled, run-down, single-story building on the outskirts of town. In need of a little TLC. But there's potential there. As you make your way in, you kind of find yourselves, the two of you, Girthmog standing significantly taller than Firegrim the Smol. Find yourself in an empty room with bits of broken furniture lying on the floor, the smell of mildew and just rotting wood from what furniture remains ever present in the air. What would you like to do? Welcome home.
Just like my old homes, yes.
Looks like shit. I love it.
Perfect spot. We have much work to do, though.
By the way, thought of perfect name. The Brothel, and we'll sell soup.
Ah, I see. It's a play. Yes. It could work. Very nice.
Get it? Brothel?
Ah, I like this one. Yes. I think we stick with it.
I love it.
All
Okay.
nude employees.
I'm naked anyway, so that's fine with me.
Dear God, you are.
Yeah, Firegrim is mostly just open robe,
Jesus
robe,
Christ.
straight shirt cocking it, dude.
I guess we should probably start straightening up our
Okay.
new, little Dustin, little.
I'm gonna go around and just mending everything that looks broken.
Oh,
I'm just
shit. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take you a little bit of time, probably about an hour, to handle all the busted furniture and rundown, building in and of itself. But between the two of you, you managed to make pretty quick work of it. Girthmog obviously doing the bulk of the heavy lifting. However,
Indeed.
while
I'm
the
just
two
here
of
to
you,
fix shit.
while the two of you are occupying yourselves with tidying up your new establishment, Roteleks.
Hello!
It has been some time since you, Bofades, and Chris's character, whose name I completely forgot off the top of my head, raided the dwarven vaults of the halls of Belrund, claiming the lost and well-kept head of Ropesh the Cruel, reuniting it with his torso. Only a few limbs left to go.
Yeah.
He certainly made an impression, and some words were exchanged, some congratulations, and the forces above figured it would be a good time to move you into a position more suitable of your stature, of your considerable renown at this point. However, you did get a little bit lippy, and they didn't take all that kindly to it. So you show up for your first day, expecting this grand entrance, this new office, this position of power, and instead you are handed a clipboard with just some basic food safety inspection guidelines on it, and told that you are now head of this department, a department that contains only one other individual, and he is out for your job. Your rival, Gar Smallscale, a small kobold, highly meticulous, very detail-driven, and utterly anal-retentive about the smallest detail, has been...
Can you say that name again?
Gar Smallscale.
Okay, thank
No worries. He's kind of been pushing around. He's been trying to make you seem like a less accomplished individual than he, and really trying to just edge his way into your position. And it's not a position you necessarily coveted, nor even wanted to begin with, you have been given a position of management, and you will be damned if you will let that small red-scaled bastard steal that away from you. So, on your first day, you have but one stop, one assignment, a new business opened up by two individuals who made a name for themselves in the initial days of this invasion. One Girthmog the Thicness and Firegrim the Smol. You've been given an approximate location of their building, somewhere on the outskirts of town, in the more rundown areas. And as you make your way through the once proud streets of the halls of Belrund, now stained and corrupted with just the essence of evil, more or less, not to mention the bloodstains that have begun to cake the once shining stones beneath your feet.
I use my lack of a nose to take a nice good whiff.
It smells like nothing. You've got kind of used to that in the years since your untimely demise.
He's COVID.
He's got the COVID.
Yeah, it's COVID.
That's what it was.
After you died from
That's what I did it
COVID,
the first
your
time,
sense of smell never came back.
Some say it was COVID that took my face.
There you go. Yeah. So your grim skeletal form with what little bits of flesh you still have hanging from your bones, making your way down this road, turning quite a few heads, even for someone within this organization. You're a bit of an anomaly. Not a whole lot of sentient undead walking around.
It doesn't help that I, saunter everywhere I go either.
Mm-hmm. It's very lighthearted.
Very sad.
So it doesn't take you long. It takes you about 15-20 minutes of wandering through these streets until you find what you think is the building. There's no sign, no indication, but looking around, seems to be the only building on the block that's really standing. And you do see, looking through the just murky, glossed over windows that have just been aged over time, you do see just like a little flicker of movement on the inside. No light yet, just the occasional shadow passing the window.
Is there a right side to the building? Is there like any windows along that side?
Yeah, so there's two large windows in the front. And then what appear to be two smaller ones in the back, as well as a chimney.
Would it be possible for Roteleks to fit through one of those windows in the back?
More than likely. They are currently closed.
That's fine. I want to smash through the window.
Okay. You're just powering right through the window. All right,
Yeah,
just sending it. I'm not even going to make you roll for that. You just, as you approach, you're like, there's the front door. And you can't just saunter over to the side and essentially like half step, half leap through this window. It's kind of tall and thin, less square, more rectangular, and fairly easily manage to just kick your way through that glass window. Firegrim and Girthmog, as the two of you are finally begin, like, this place is looking clean, it's looking tidy, it's looking presentable. This looks like a place you would invite guests to. You hear just the sound of breaking glass as this skeletal robed figure just bursts through the window behind you.
And while going through the window, I want to yell, "Surprise inspection!"
Let's fix that damn window!
Happy birthday!
That is not at all what I said!
It's not a birthday, pal. It's an inspection.
Surprise birthday!
No, that's
Fuck
that is
it!
not how.
Surprise birthday!
This is not nobody's birthday. I need you to show me where you make your food.
I ask
kind of everywhere right now.
That's
credentials.
Yes, where are your credentials?
Yeah,
I need credentials.
I got this clipboard. You want to look at it?
I hand it to Firegrim because I can't read really well.
As I inspect the clipboard, I create bonfire next to me and throw the clipboard down on it.
Okay, Roteleks, you hand this small,
my clipboard.
kind of nude, like mostly nude goblin individual. He's wearing a robe and like a shirt that's not quite long enough to cover the goods, and these kind of just like less sandals, more foot wraps than anything else. the bare minimum protection. And as he's reading your clipboard, your only official proof of your station within this organization, immediately flicks his fingers, conjuring a large fire in the middle of the wooden floor. Actually, it would be stone. It would be stone floor, so you're good. In the middle of the stone floor, and just tosses all of your paperwork right into it.
I'm sorry, I can read, but I really just did not want to.
Can I shoot out a ray of frost at it?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay. So as the clipboard is falling into the flames, you see the paper get to scorch just a little, and you just raise your hand, and a small ray of frost comes out and kind of just covers the flame. The ice kind of mixing with the fire and creating kind of like a watery mess. Your clipboard, still intact, a little charred at the edges, is just sopping wet.
I wander over. I pick up the clipboard. I shake it off, and I smack Firegrim in the head with it. This is my clipboard!
Ow! Ow!
Not even like it. Yeah, just a light smack on the head with the clipboard.
Girthmog would like to intervene here at this seemingly escalating
situation
encounter. I would like to pick up Roteleks by the neck and pin him against the wall. State busyness.
Inspection, you oaf!
Many things to inspect.
Yes, read the clipboard! Instead of throwing it on fire!
Words not needed on paper.
Hey, I have a concussion. I can't read anymore.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, read no good no more.
Fine!
Say things.
I need to check for cross-contamination, proper food temperature, the state of your personal hygiene, which, judging by the state around here, it looks like...
Excuse me?
Die.
Did you say crotch contamination? We don't really have medical around here. I can't get that examined.
Roteleks is having a panic attack!
I clear my throat and and something from the great beyond, something of wisdom, as I say, this new establishment will need time and management in order to procreate a business worthy of customers and food that is worthy to eat. You, as a health inspector, will have to give us but time and patience in order to turn this place into something worth passing inspection in the first place. Not that your business is not warranted, but it is a little early.
Ow!
That damn.
Excuse me! Why? How is the oaf speaking?
Look, he has his moments. I tell you what.
All I am here for is very, very simple. I need to just check this tiny little checklist. So if I could not be assaulted for 10 goddamn minutes, that's all I'm asking.
To be fair, we assaulted your clipboard, not you. And you broke our window, so
you see Roteleks' feet are just dangling about a foot off the floor.
I say,
that's not assault. He's done way worse.
This is levitation.
I demand you leave the king of all health down.
The king? I put him down.
That's all it took. Okay, you are released, and your feet once again find the cold stone floor beneath you that has been freshly swept, except for the shards of broken glass.
You really need to clean up these shards of broken glass.
Ah, yes, the ones you made, you fucking dick.
That is against code.
I cast mending on the window.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. You're gonna have to hold each piece up. Takes a little bit, but you manage to piece the window back together using just no small amount of magic. And you are once again standing in an enclosed space without a draft. Not that it would matter this far underground.
Can you please show me where you store your food?
Yes, I will. I walk Roteleks over to the food.
Do we just take him to the cot since it's all there still?
The cart? The cart?
That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, we
Roteleks, you would know that originally this business was operating as a food cart in the marketplace, but when they decided to buy their own business, about a week ago, you figured a week would be enough time for them to get set up. Apparently you were incorrect. As it appears, apart from the food court out front, which is still operational, mind you, doesn't seem to be a lot going on in here.
So you're telling me you're not even in the building yet, and they gave me this stupid assignment?
Yes.
I
mean-
fucking hate my job.
We had to pick up half the walls again.
Well, they told me you had a week.
A week to pick up walls?
Yes, I don't know how long it takes to pick up a damn wall.
To be fair,
Man,
Girthmog probably
we had
does
to
it
pick
pretty
up seven-
quickly.
I didn't know week was so short.
Wait, what?
That week went by
You
fast,
know,
man.
Week was so
Wait,
short.
no. I just didn't hear what he said.
You do see the operational food cart, and there are places in here where there has been some food brought in from the cart, but mostly it is kind of still being held out there. However, as Girthmog does show you around, just giving you guys all the visual, there is a bar. Behind that bar, there are several cupboards, one of which, when you open up, you find there is just a consistent draft of cold coming out of it. And almost like a little frost kind of in the air. A little bit of fog as it kind of mixes with the warm, moist air of the Underdark.
You also got the fridge in here?
Some kind of enchantment maintaining an area of cool within this particular cupboard, yes.
Cool.
It's a cupboard of colding.
Yes.
I don't know.
It is my most hated possession, as it is the opposite of me in entirety. I hate it so much, but he won't let me burn it.
Wait a fucking second. Your name is Firegrim. What the fuck? Did you pick the name? Like, did you change your name? Or is this Girthmog? Help me out.
No, I did not.
No, it's just me. Oh, okay. Kind of a strange coincidence, maybe. I don't know. I don't know why your parents would have named you Firegrim. That feels like relentless bullying.
I don't know why they named me it either. I don't really care anymore. I'm just here to burn shit.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So continuing the little tour, there's some leftover goodies from the previous owner, who once again you more or less offered to buy his business at the end of Girthmog's giant cleaver. So there is actually a little bit of food that has been left over, some cured meats, some various beverages that have been left, some dusted over bottles of some kind of liquor. You're not quite sure. You might have to open it up and give her a test to find out. But all in all, it's a decent stock, and it all, despite your reservations, Roteleks, does appear to be to code.
Fair enough. The only thing I can find is that your food perhaps leaves a little want for the taste buds. But you're good to go.
Never had it.
I don't have to.
We didn't cook you anything, though.
I don't have to. I can smell it. Well, I can't smell it, but
You don't have a nose. How are you smelling it? I'm so confused.
Yeah. How's he for you? There's no vocal cords. It's weird he's even talking, but here we are.
Are you fucking dead?
listen, it's hard to say. What more do you want from me?
I look at Firegrim and I'm like, I point towards Roteleks, so we cook.
We can cook, yes. Let's cook him something.
I don't have a tongue.
Roteleks. Well, how do you taste the food then?
This whole fucking game is just gonna be us shooting the shit in this tavern, guys. We're not doing anything today.
Okay.
That's great.
We are gonna cook Roteleks a food, and you're gonna have to chalk it up to texture.
Yeah, we're going solely on mouthfeel at this point. All right, what are you making? What are you gonna whip up for him? You've got a number of Underdark delicacies, mostly insectoid.
I would like to make my famous gelatinous Cuban.
So sandwich. Making him a gelatinous cube sandwich.
It's a Cuban, but it's
gelatinous. It's got gelatinous jelly just spread on the bread. Yeah, I'm down with it. Okay, I'm gonna say for this, Firegrim, are you assisting in this endeavor?
Yes.
Okay.
I am assisting.
How would you like to assist? He's gonna be assembling, putting together the sandwich. How is Firegrim gonna aid in this endeavor?
I'm going to help him with like making it look all neat and like cutting it in a nice little like cross section there, and then I'm gonna like heat the gelatin up just slightly.
Okay.
Yeah, Firegrim is like he dresses the plate. I just fucking make it taste good, but Firegrim makes it like
all right,
presentable.
And I provide fire whenever needed.
Yeah, so you're the heat guy. I'm gonna have Girthmog go ahead and roll me a cooking check, which will be you have cooking tools, so it'll be your proficiency bonus and let's say dexterity for this one to see how well your bulky hands assemble a nice sandwich. So go ahead and roll advantage, roll twice, and take the higher number.
Oh god, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to get used to D&D Beyond again.
Yeah, on the bottom left there'll be a little like D20 thing. You can just roll that, and we'll add your proficiency bonus to it, which at level 8 I believe is 3 or 4. I think 3.
3.
That's 3. Yeah.
Did you get that?
Wait, go through roll. It's going through Beyond. What the fuck? Here. You know what? Just click the little dice on the roll 20 there on the side of the menu. Left side, second up from the bottom, and roll D20s in there. Probably easier for now. Okay, so 15 plus 3 is 18, plus your dex, which is plus 2? Or plus 1?
It is plus 1.
Okay, so you're at 19. Roll one more time, take the higher number.
Okay.
I realize we don't have you set up on the Beyond 20 plugin. That makes sense. So yeah, just do all your rolling and roll 20, and we'll add all the math. So, with a 19, you manage to... Oh, we got a big follows. Damn it, big follows. Fuck off, dude.
Let's go,
big follows.
Big follows.
Thanks, Mystics. Thank you for those subs, too. I appreciate you so much. Holy shit. Okay. So you take a minute, and with Firegrim's help, heating the jelly, cutting things into nice portions, and you just assembling this beautiful sandwich, Roteleks, you are presented with, frankly, something that looks far more gourmet than it should have, considering the hands from whence it came. This is a pretty tasty looking sandwich. The bun is nice and toasted, light brown, just a little bit of crunch, not burnt in any way, just surprising once again.
I figured he would have burnt everything. So,
I know my control.
Significantly better than I was expecting. But I don't know why you did this. I mean, I guess thanks for the free meal.
As you're biting into it, you don't have any flesh in your mouth per se, maybe a couple bits and strands. And as you're biting into it, you feel this just... what little bits of flesh are left in your mouth slowly burning away as you ingest this acidic jelly. And it's like almost like you put too much hot sauce on it. It's not causing you physical harm, but it's definitely like there's a tingle there. And you imagine if you had taste buds and a mouth which with to eat, it would probably be on fire right now, and probably have that thing where you eat pizza too quick and you can't taste anything for like 3 days after. But you can imagine for the time being, it's a pretty damn tasty sandwich.
My, it was a little bit delayed, but I do taste the spice. Very interesting. Quite nice. I don't know if that's... I don't really remember taste, but, good job, I suppose.
You've been out of it for a little while. It's been a minute since you tasted anything. It is about this point, however, when... looking around, you do see there is what appears to be a door that leads into somewhat of a basement, perhaps a cellar of some kind, and you hear just the faint sound of scurrying feet or scuttering claws, perhaps, on the ground below. You just hear the sound of something rustling about and the occasional clack of claws on stone.
Do you guys have somebody down there?
Who's to
You?
me?
Do we have somebody down there?
Not that you know of.
All you have to do is tell me, and I won't get mad.
I must check. Or maybe you should check. I point at Girthmog.
Ah,
I think that is beneficial.
I will check. And I grab my Cletus the Cleaver.
Oh yeah, you've named Cletus. I love it. The cleaver of the barbarian chef is now named Cletus. I love it. All right, I'm gonna update your homebrew weapon page for you there, buddy. So you're gonna check it out?
Yes, I will check it out.
I believe as a Goliath you have dark vision. I could be wrong. I think so. Let me know if I'm incorrect there. It'll be on your census section on D&D Beyond. I think. However, you go over. You begin cracking open this small trapdoor, and you see this fairly thin ladder, definitely more dwarven in its construction, not necessarily built for your sheer girthiness. But looks like you could probably make it down. As you kind of open it and poke your head in, it's mostly pitch black. I believe I'm gonna double check the dark vision thing, but I'm fairly certain.
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, so with the dark vision, it is pitch black down there. A little bit of light manages to creep in as you open the trapdoor. With your dark vision, you're seeing in mostly shades of gray and black, kind of just various, very washed out details. You do see what appears to be 3 large, fairly large, about medium size, big for a rat. About 3 of them just scurrying around the floor. It looks like they've gotten into a couple of dry food storage down here. A couple of crates have been busted open, and it appears that they have been having quite the feast.
I yell, free ingredients. Talking about the rat.
We must get the ingredients. I
No.
make my way down.
Stop! No! Rats are not ingredients!
Do you see better meat down here somewhere? It's
I
rats
know.
or people. I don't know what you want from us.
No, this is a massive violation!
I do not hear Roteleks at all. I'm all about this rat right now.
Yeah, so there's about 3 of them. They about varying size, but like they're pretty big, like Skeeter from Skyrim sized, like level rats. They don't look particularly hardy, and they're kind of a little sickly. You gathered they've probably gone through most of their food stores sometime in the last week since anyone was in here. And as you kind of make your way down the ladder, are you trying to stealth, or are you just sending it? That's
Did they see me?
Depends on whether or not you're trying to stealth. They did not notice the door open. They seem pretty focused on getting whatever kind of food they can get their hands on.
I did not stealth. I don't usually plan things, so.
Okay. So you just immediately start climbing down this very small ladder and kind of like gotta squeeze through the trapdoor a little bit. You're kind of husky. Yep. And as you step, you kind of hit one of the rungs, and immediately just and you break, and you fall about a foot. Not all that big a deal, but you definitely like break through the ladder on your way down, and you notice all 3 of the rats immediately turn and like stare you dead in the face. They're not moving. They're kind of at the moment seem a little panicked, and they're kind of cautiously moving backwards, not sure how to handle the situation. What would you all like to do?
So I would be up and I'd be looking down into the hole. Can I see him and the rats?
Oh yeah, you definitely have dark vision. So as you kind of like, you don't climb down, you kind of edge up to the thing and flip your head down and look, and you, from your upside down perspective, you do see Girthmog now standing there, and these 3 large rats kind of just barely red eyes catching the light from the trapdoor, now all focused on him.
So they don't look like particularly strong, do they?
No, they look pretty sickly, a little malnourished. Their fur is matted and dirty. It looks like they've had to literally tunnel their way in here, and just exhausting whatever food they can find.
I'll look down at Girthmog. I'll be like, "I'm sure you can handle rats."
No problem.
You gotta go for it.
I'm going for it. I'm like.
All right, I love it. I don't have a map for this. This is just gonna be a little theater of the mind fucking scenario here. So everyone who's gonna get involved in this, I need an initiative roll from you.
I'll roll just in case I need to.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
I cannot see in character
Oh.
why Roteleks would.
No, but you can pretty much hear what's going on. It's up to you. Oh
Take
wow!
that fucking net 20, baby.
Yeah, but if you think about it, I mean, why?
You're just
why-
watching
he's
this
not
all go down.
He's not a pest control dude. Who cares?
That
I'm
is.
gonna expect.
That's a 12.
Well, for Girthmog, Roteleks is just gonna stand there, arms crossed, as these two buffoons just mess around in their pantry. So I'm gonna roll for them real quick. Boom. There we go. Oh, okay. So one of them's coming in before Girthmog. The other's tied with Girthmog, so I'll give it to Girth. Rat. Okay, so first up we have Firegrim. You easily top that initiative order.
I just kind of wait, see what happens.
You gonna hold your turn until the end? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I can. I have no issue with that. Next up, one of the rats, the one who rolled the 16, is gonna go. And Girthmog, now that it realizes that like you have pretty much squared up, you are imposing. You definitely come off as a threat now. It is going to just kind of looks like it's receding back, and then it's going to scutter forward across the stone floor and just leap at you, and try to make a melee attack. Against this large, imposing creature. It's a 7 with the modifier. That's not gonna fucking hit you. So as this creature just run and leap, and it's got these two massive teeth coming right at you, just raise up the cleaver and kind of hold it into its mouth. And you're kind of just struggling with it there as it's trying to just viciously bite at you. Next up we have Girthmog.
Okay.
This rat is currently just in front of you. You're kind of wrestling with it. You gonna smack him?
I am indeed. I'm using Cletus.
Cletus. So I believe that's a +1 on everything, plus all your bonuses.
+9 to hit, I think.
So dirty 20. All right, go ahead and roll the damage on that.
Okay.
As you're kind of wrestling, I am assuming you're attacking the one in front of you. You're kind of like wrestling it. You manage to push it off a little, and you just raise the cleaver with one hand and bring it down.
So cute. And then that's +6 on damage.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. You bring the cleaver down and it just splits the rat right in two down the middle, cleaving it pretty much in twixt. That's one down. They're not all that beefy, and as you kind of, shuffle this one loose, the mortal coil, the other two actually recoil in fear. Yeah, I believe you have another attack and your movement, so it's up to you.
I would like to use the rest of my turn to pick the other half of the rat up by its tail and swing it around and laugh like hysterically.
Are you trying to scare the other rats, or are you just doing that for fun?
I'm just having a great time.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Roll me a performance check just for fun.
Okay.
I don't know if you're proficient in performance. I doubt it.
I don't think so. I'm amazing.
It's pretty incredible.
I apparently have +6 on performance.
To be fair, that would probably be how I'm going to measure your cooking skill from now on. Is we'll do performance checks for cooking. So as you just begin swinging this half of a rat around, and it's cut in half long ways, not short ways. So you have half a rat from like tail to head, with its entrails and organs just flying about the basement, like spraying on all the walls. And you're just having a hell of a time. You weren't expecting a free lunch with your new property, but here you are. So that's your whole turn. That rat is dead. They're not very strong. They're rats. The next one is going to go, and having seen you murder its compatriot and then swing the body parts around, that fucker's going to bolt. And he just runs. And you now see where they made their way in here. It's just a small opening, barely big enough for them to fit. And it looks like they've gained a bit of weight since down here, considering how much food they probably would have eaten the last week. And as he kind of wedges himself in, his butt gets stuck a little bit, and kind of see it wiggling like very Winnie the Pooh-esque, and just pops right into the hole and vanishes. Roteleks, I assume you're still sitting out listening to all this chaos. What do you got in mind? Okay.
Yeah.
The last rat is not as smart, and you're kind of blocking its path, so Girthmog, it's gonna make a run at you again. Boop. Fuck me. It's gonna be one of those nights, guys. I'm not rolling anything. That's the worst. Once again, it's gonna run at you, and it bites, and the teeth find perches. You just kind of hold your arm up, and it can't quite get through either the fat or muscle, just the thickness there. We're gonna call it flussel. It just can't seem to gain like purchase or get through your thick Goliath skin. You're kind of just hanging there with a rat hanging off your arm. At the top of the round, Firegrim, you're up.
I'm gonna start climbing down the ladder. I'll climb down the ladder. I'm gonna go to the hole.
Okay. As you see this rat, and the tunnel's not all that big, and it's like kind of wiggling its way through, getting stuck at moments. So you still have a pretty clear shot.
I'm gonna lean down there. I'm gonna I'm gonna firebolt through there.
Okay. Yeah, no sweat. Go ahead and make me a ranged attack roll with your spell modifier, please. 18 definitely hits.
Jesus.
Oh my. Okay.
12 damage.
So you kind of just point your finger out, and you see this small bead of fire manifest and shoot down the tunnel, kind of just creating a thin wave of light with it as it goes. It strikes the rat right in the back of the tail, and you just see all the fur singe right off of it, and all that's left is essentially a crispy husk of this now partially cooked rat.
The one thing I would like to do if possible is just yell out fire hazard from the sidelines.
Let's hear it.
Fire hazard
There you go. That is
It
another dead
was
rat.
contained.
in the walls.
Stone, technically.
Still contained.
All right.
Fire hazard.
Next up, we have Girthmog. There's a rat just hanging off your forearm at this point.
I would like to pick it up and then like how far below the entrance to the basement?
This is a dwarven basement. Like, this was originally a dwarf building, so not very high. Maybe
Okay,
5,
I would
6
like
feet.
to pull the rat off me and like hold it up so Roteleks can see it and look, burgers.
No! No!
And then kind of like smash it against the side of the door. Burgers.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I get, like, a strength attack?
Yeah, roll me just a d20 and add your strength modifier to it.
That is a 20 or 19.
Okay, that's easily enough. So as you just the rat starts struggling a bit, it's kind of twitching. You're not sure if it's dead, so you give it another couple whacks, and eventually, like, the head is just kind of caved in. There's a spatter of blood across the stone floor at Roteleks' feet.
Burgers.
Looks like you solved your rat problem.
That is one problem.
How
did
far
so
did the
well.
rat in the hole get?
About 20 feet, not very far. It was struggling. Not even, maybe 15. You're small
You
enough
said
to
they're
fit.
I was about to say, can I crawl in there and get the
Yeah,
rat?
you're about, like, in terms of height, you're taller than these rats are, but they're quite a bit thicker in the hindquarters than you are.
Okay.
You're pretty gangly, so yeah, you
Then
can easily crawl
I'll
down
crawl
and
in there and get it.
pull it up. It's a little wedge. It's going to take some effort, but you're just kind of yanking on it by the tail. Eventually do manage to get it out into the basement, where Girthmog has just finished bludgeoning the last rat against the side of the trapdoor.
Ah, one's partially cooked. We can show this to the inspector. I go up to the ladder and climb up with the rat. I'm like, look, it's already half cooked.
It does appear to be partially cooked.
Okay, I will take a bite of it just to
No!
show.
It's delicious. Yeah, it's tasty.
No!
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw, please, Girthmog.
I get +6.
Okay, so 15. It's partially cooked. So like the first bite is good. The skin, nice and crunchy. Just what you want on a cooked rat. However, the heat of the firebolt was not quite enough to cook it all the way through. So as you get about an inch into the meat, you're just biting into raw flesh.
Right.
But
As he bites in my hand, I'm just be like, "It's not done, you imbecile!"
Just needs a little more everything.
Have you even heard of the word germs before?
Can I find like a rotisserie stick or something? Just a
Oh,
stick.
yeah.
I don't care. It's just a
Yeah.
stick. I want to shove it in the ass of this rat all the way through the mouth.
yeah, that's doable. Looking
I
around.
want to create bonfire.
Yeah, in the
Here we
center
go.
of this room, there is a large fire pit that looks like that stuff would be cooked on a spit over it, and the chimney you notice is in the center of the room. So this is
Okay.
definitely a cooking area. There's a space
I'm
for
gonna
like a
create
big pot.
bonfire right there then.
Yeah, and
And
you're
I'm
gonna.
gonna rotisserie the rat.
Yeah, okay. Roll me a strength check. See how well you get this rat on the stick.
Oh, here we go.
I'm sorry.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so no problem. It might take you a minute. You don't have the reach, so you can just plant the stick between your feet, grab the rat, and go, and just kind of impale it on this stick. Put it over the fire pit and conjure a bonfire. It roars to life under this rat, and you just begin spinning it slowly as what's left of the little bits of patches of
I
fur.
like to think I'm like reaching up to spin
Yeah,
it.
you're kind of up here.
There were 7 things I came to check for. 7! You broke every one of them!
I'm stuck on the number 7. Seven. Not many things.
You have cross-contamination. Your food temperature, you didn't even cook it before you took a bite out of it.
You said nothing about cross contamination. You wanted no crotch contamination. I heard you.
This is the worst. I think I'm broken. All right, we're good. We're covered.
I have not put this rat on my crotch at all.
Poor personal hygiene for even thinking that's a proper option. Improper storage of food. You cooked it in a wall. Fire hazard. Well, this one you actually did quite all right on. I didn't see any chemical storage issues. So, except the blood all over the walls.
Did Roteleks eat every bite of the gelatinous Cuban?
It depends. Roteleks, did you eat every bite of the gelatinous Cuban? I'm putting that on a t-shirt, by the way. Tark, I'll send you 15% of the sales.
Thank you.
I got you, bud.
Probably.
Yeah, so the whole sandwich is gone. There's a couple greebly bits on the plate, maybe, like where a glorch of fucking gelatinous gel might have fallen out. But for the most part, yeah, you got most of it down. You're not sure how the logistics of that work, per se. There might still be a stomach in there somewhere.
I'm back upstairs. If
Yeah,
I can be.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a bit of a tight squeeze on the way out. You're like, eh.
I point to his plate.
As the
All
rest
right,
comes
pick
out.
it up. I pick up his plate. I said, "Little man, you know inspect these, but I know food."
I'm sure you do, big guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure
And then I
you
pat
do.
him on the back like, "Puh, puh."
But the point remains, you need a better source of materials. Is this how you get all of your food? What was that burger made out of that you fed me?
I don't remember. No.
Hey, we
Firegrim,
had that ingredient before I even came along.
like a month ago.
It
Yeah,
was
what's
only
the,
one ingredient in your backpack for...
Well, I assume that there's like the gelatinous cube acts as like a preservative. You put the meat in there, it's like salted pork. You put it in there,
Yeah.
it's almost like a
Yeah, that checks
you know,
out.
Yeah,
Just cooks it while it sits
Acid
there.
in
Yeah.
it.
Just
Yeah.
doing some like fuck. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm down with
Yeah.
that. That checks out. I'm cool with that logic.
Yeah,
It's
cool.
just pickling solution, like Ray said. Yeah, you just pickled the meat. You made pickled meat sandwich with gelatinous cube. I'm here for it.
I'm looking at Roteleks and I'm sharpening Cletus and I'm like, always need more ingredients.
Look
Up
at me.
to you whether or not you are one.
Look at me.
Pass or new sandwich.
Look at me. Where would you get the meat from?
Mostly bone. At best, you could probably make a good stew, like a good stock out of the bones.
Yeah, bone broth. I take like a bone out of the rat, and then I smash it with my bare hands, and I'm like, see, spices.
That checks out. That's how spices work for sure.
He doesn't know food. He doesn't know.
No, it's quite funny.
You're all right though. It could probably do with some fresh cooking materials.
Yeah.
Starting to run low. The stores haven't been great. You haven't gone out in a minute to replenish your stocks.
You know, Girthmog, maybe he has a point. We always make the gelatinous Cuban, but we never have more. We need more.
More.
Let's go find something new, something incredible, something burnable.
Burnable? My eyes
What?
light up.
All right.
I am too.
What was that?
Roteleks, this is your job for the foreseeable future, is monitoring these two buffoons, so.
It is fair. Fine. I, Roteleks, will follow you to make sure you don't fuck any shit up.
Okay. But no,
No, we do not have intercourse here, just burning and
And no
slaughtering.
Stop with the crotch talk, with the fuck talk.
You
I'm
told me I
already
can't
over it.
fuck shit.
Firegrim, you test my patience.
What in the area
I
we're
only
in,
speak in literaries.
Yeah, what's up?
what kind of indigenous species?
Oh,
are-
all
yeah.
kinds.
Okay.
You would know, having spent a decent amount of time in the Underdark at this point. Well,
Okay.
it's not your traditional living space. Being a Goliath, you preferred to be on top of the mountains as opposed to inside of them. However, you've been down here long enough. You gather there is a sizable amount of different insect life down here that you've been able to pick and choose from over the last month or so. A very large and strange collection of various flora and fauna that you can find at your heart's content. Different mushrooms, different fungi, different poisonous plants, other various strange things that grow within the Underdark. You know that it's more or less a veritable smorgasbord. Everything down here is food for something, so with your sizable intellect, you can imagine that is probably, a decent chunk of stuff. You have your pick of the litter. What are you looking for in particular? You have heard rumors about a number of creatures that live down there. One in particular that has struck your fancy, let's say. It's kind of stood out as the rumors go. Something big, something terrifying, something that no one else has been able to take down yet, let alone cook and serve to his guests. That might be a good place to start.
Okay.
Somewhere
It's
deep within the
finally
Underdark, there is a massive creature that has been terrorizing anyone that comes across its path.
We don't know what it is.
Roll me I'm gonna say roll me an intelligence check to see how well Girthmog remembers hearing the details of this creature.
Okay, this is -3.
13's good.
Okay.
There hasn't been any names given to it, or that they know in particular. Some have taken to calling it the Deep Dweller. And the most you've managed to gather about this particular creature, it is a massive, vaguely insectoid, almost centipede-like being, but gargantuan in size. Massive, as it is described. You're not sure how true that is. Things tend to be a little more terrifying in the dark depths below. but you can gather if people are talking about it in that light, it's definitely something rare, and it is definitely something large.
Okay. We ever have squish kebabs?
Squish kebabs?
Squish kebabs. And I pull like a beetle out of my pocket and I smash it on the table, put it on a stick, put it in front of Firegrim's face, and have him like cook it for a second, and then I eat it.
Was that just a beetle?
Squish kebab. More usually. Usually more.
More beetle.
Yes, it's a squish kebab.
Thank you.
Oh, squish kebab. I'm the crazy one here.
So I think squish kebab's a good name.
Thank you. Oh, who said that?
Your god said that. I'm in your head.
Well, if God deigns it, I guess I can't disapprove.
Secret landlord.
It's a quiet, silent investor. Okay.
Okay. Let's
I'm here
fucking.
for your rent.
The house is a mimic. Congrats. It's a
guess
mimic bar.
We'll suit up and let's go fucking find some new ingredients.
Delving into the Underdark is the plan.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, it's fairly easy to get lost down there. You can spend any amount of time wandering through those caverns endlessly. How would you like to kind of figure out where you're supposed to go? I mean, you've heard about the creature, you've got a rough idea of where it might be operating, but very minimal specifics, and you haven't really been able to narrow down an exact location yet.
I permission to have bits of bread. Literal bread trail.
You want a breadcrumb trail?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna say whoever wants to at this point, go ahead and roll me an investigation check, and we're gonna go out looking for some information on this creature and see what we can find.
I don't think I would.
Oh,
Mine goes through.
You don't need to.
yeah, I see yours.
Firegrim's
Yeah,
fine. Yeah,
mine's
yours went through twice actually. Yeah, Firegrim got a 26. So we're gonna be okay. So it takes you a little bit of asking around. People aren't too keen to give up details on creatures that might have defeated them. But after a little bit of searching, you find one of the soldiers that's usually on patrol, kind of just hanging out around one of the other local taverns. Not quite your competition, as they don't sell food here, mostly just booze and occasional snacks. You do find what appeared to be a fairly grizzled old drow individual, wrinkled, kind of purplish skin, scraggly white hair, and kind of like a musty scent about him. Like his leather armor is old. It's been weather damaged. It kind of has that old musty leather smell on it, like an old leather couch that hasn't been properly maintained. He's kind of just sitting there eating, and you see across his face just like this bubbling kind of acidic looking burn that looks like he may have at one point encountered some pretty strong acid. And he's kind of just sitting there, like just drinking out of this thing, and he looks like he has just essentially a loaf of bread, nothing all that fancy, like a light snack to or to go down with the beer. And he's kind of just sitting there, very absorbed in what he's doing. But that's
Mog. Tell this man about what you think you know.
What?
He seems like he might have some information.
I'm
a
so
couple
sorry.
people kind of point you in his direction.
Okay. I walk up and I say, I know things.
You
What
know
I?
you know things, do you?
I meant the creature. Tell him about the creature.
Oh, yeah.
Can I
What?
step in front of them both and put my hand up?
You want to?
Hold on, guys. Just 1 second. Let me just have a rational conversation with this man.
Ratchins.
That's all right. You start thinking about that. I'll be right over here.
If you think about it, we already got us some rations today.
No. Okay. I apologize.
He's a little taken aback. If you lot got something to say, I recommend you get to it real quick. I've got places to go.
We were here looking for information about a creature for a dish that these two wish to prepare.
A dish? What kind of dish you gonna make from creature down here?
The kind you eat.
I gathered as much, thank you.
Okay.
Well,
Firegrim-
you asked.
As Firegrim points to me, I pull another beetle out of my pocket, smash it on the rock, put it on a stick, put it in front of Firegrim to insinuate him to cook this beetle again, and I eat it again.
Flashes a little fireball.
You know, this whole bit here, this routine you guys have, it might work better if you give it to the person you're trying to convince.
I have my fill of bugs, thanks. What do you want? You need information? Information on what?
This man says he knows something about a big bug, and that's about all I could squeeze out, so...
Lots of those around. It's the Underdark, after all.
But not many that leave scars like that, as I point at his face.
Ooh, ouch. He's a drow, and you can tell underneath the scar, this was a pretty handsome individual at some point, but there's pieces of hair that have been burnt off by this acidic scarring and stuff. You're a nice one, aren't you? You're looking for what did this?
Nice.
Yeah, I can tell. You're looking for what did this to me, then? You're looking for something big. Real big. Lots of legs.
Sure.
Travel into the Underdark about 2-3 days, tops. Look for the waterfall where all the death blossoms grow. You can't miss it. And just follow the skittering sounds. That's what we did. Didn't go so well for us. And he kind of smiles, and as he does, part of his lip has been burnt away by this. You see a little more teeth than you would probably hope to.
You're kind of dark.
No, I don't think that's darkness. It's definitely not necrotic. It was more acidic, I think.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about the scarring, Firegrim.
I like it. It's an edgy vibe.
Well, that thing ate 4 of my companions. 4 of them. Whole.
It might have more ingredients in it, Girthmog. You hear?
He kind of... Yeah, well, it swallowed me too. Hence this. And he points to the half of his body. And there's little bits of scarring around the rest, but it looks like one side was particularly bad. I can think and swallow you in one fucking bite. It's a centipede type thing, bigger than anything I've ever seen. You're gonna want to watch out for the tail.
I say, not me. Insinuating I am very large. I say, how much to lead? I look around.
You want me to lead you back to that fucking thing?
No, go all the way. Just some way.
All right. What are you offering?
Free meal.
Yeah, squish kebabs. And I take out another beetle and put it on the stick.
I'm a soldier. Oh my god, I'm off duty. I get 3 square meals a day. It's gonna take a little bit more than that to convince me.
But have you tried the squish kebab?
I've eaten plenty of bugs.
But this is a special bug.
Let me guess, tastes a little nutty when you cook it.
No, I use fire, not nuts.
Have you ever actually tried your food?
He tries it all the time.
I'm made of my food.
Fun fact, when you eat a bug or cook a shell on something like that, it gives off a nutty flavor. Don't ask how I know this. Just
These bugs?
went to the insectorium in Montreal. I hate bugs. It's a thing.
Ew.
Moving on with our lives.
I would like to make something up as a persuasion.
Okay.
I'm going to say, how about free meal and the treasure of the Underdark is all yours.
Why are you giving away treasure? What treasure?
You know knowledge, me
Really? The
Me
treasure
know
of the
you
Underdark.
not know treasure of Underdark?
No! It sounds really cool, though.
It's amazing.
It's the most amazing treasure of all time, hidden away behind this thing's lair.
Okay, roll me a fucking deception check. I will say
I'm-
added. No, it's coming from Girthmog,
Plus
but
3.
you get to roll
Somehow.
again and take the higher because
say,
you're
can I
getting an
assist,
assist from
please?
Firegrim. Oh yeah, anytime. So 18 plus 3, 21.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I don't believe for a second there's any kind of treasure down there, and if there is, the dwarves probably got their grubby little hands all over it. All the wealth in this area is right up there in that vault. Roteleks, you know this to be untrue, as that vault was filled with molten metal, and it is just a fucking shit show over there. He doesn't seem to know that, though.
Really?
How much money you got on you?
What
Right
did he
now.
ask?
How much money you got on you?
I exhale at the thought of counting something.
Yep, you would know you spent most of your income
I'm fucking
on
short circuiting.
buying the space. Not so
Will
much
you take
buying. You
20
forced the
gold?
owner out and then had to pay the higher ups to let you use it, essentially. But go ahead.
Will you take 20 gold to take us half the way?
20 gold, half the distance. Deal.
Cool.
Half from inside. No half from here. Half from there.
Sure.
Different half.
I'll get you to the room with all the death blossoms in it, and then I'll go my own way. Sound good?
What for me?
Piece of advice. If you're going into the Underdark, maybe try to keep it down just a little bit. Noise
Down
tends
is
to
the
attract
only
things.
way I know.
Sweet Christ, you're gonna get us all killed. Alright, I'll show you the way.
You have to learn to whisper.
Sorry.
You start doing that, I'm leaving. Just so you know.
You have to learn to whisper.
Much better, big man.
I can't really whisper. It's all very loud.
Yeah, it's not much better.
I very much can't do this voice quietly. I don't have a tongue.
Neither can I.
This is great. I was gonna make you guys be quiet the entire fucking session. Fuck you guys. No. So he does agree. Are you paying him the 20 gold up front, or?
Oh, hell no. Are you kidding
Okay.
me?
No,
Wait,
I
you-
say down payment, and then I take a bug out of my pocket and smash it on the rock. I put it on a stick, and I have Firegrim cook it, and then I give it to him.
Roll me a persuasion check.
This is my down payment. 'Cause, plus
It's a natural
Nothing.
20. It's not really critical successes on fucking skill checks, but it's a nat 20. So, like, as you kind of hand it in his face, like, he doesn't take it, and you kind of get a little frustrated with that, and you're like, eat my food, you peasant.
Mm.
And you kind of, like, push it towards his mouth a little bit, and he kind of begrudgingly just,
his face is like,
yeah, pretty much. It's just, and he bites it, and you kind of pull the stick out. And it's like the same stick you've used for like the last 2 or 3 fucking squish kebabs, so it's got some stuff
Got, like,
on
your
it.
mouth juices.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not COVID safe. But he kind of crunches it and could use a little seasoning, but it's not bad.
You still have that rat bone?
I'm gonna have to pass on the rat, thank you. He kind of just like downs the rest of his pint, rips
What's
a piece
that?
of bread off, puts the other half in his satchel, and just starts chewing it.
He needed to wash my.
Yeah, he straight up washed it down with a pipe.
That's fair. What time of day is it?
You don't really know.
Oh.
It's the Underdark. It is. You are hundreds of feet underground at this point.
I guess I'll put it this way: body clock. Like what?
Body clock. It's probably like 11:30 ish for going on a standard 24-hour clock. It's still late morning. It's not quite lunch hour yet.
Waking up wise, okay. So, we go.
Not much point wasting time. Like I said, it's depending how fast you're going, it's about a day or two. Maybe more if you go real slow, but something tells me you're not the stealthy bunch.
What makes you say that?
He just, again, like every time you guys speak, you kind of like, you gather this is someone who's quite quiet and stoic normally, and you guys are just coming at him with like this extrovert energy he's just not really prepared to handle right now. Jesus. Let's go if we're going then. I'd promise if you start screaming and making a bunch of noise, I'm leaving you there to die. Just, I'll come back and grab the gold later.
It's not so bad once you get used to it.
He takes a moment and like sniffs the air. Trust me, it's pretty bad.
I wouldn't know.
Lucky you. I guess there's not much point being quiet.
Hear me out
here.
here.
Down there, smell him from a mile fucking away. What?
In a scenario where we're being loud and you leave and then you die instead, can we keep your shit?
Sure, why not?
Deal.
Hey, look, his armor is well enough made, but it's definitely old and seen some use. He's got a pretty standard, just like longsword, kind of curved, hanging at his side.
I try to like climb up to Girthmog's ear to try to whisper something to him. We need decorations.
So we go in then?
Ready
when you idiots are.
I'll have you know, my intelligence is very high.
I can tell. He's just gonna throw his backpack on, or his adventurer's gear, and you hear like a little bit of like stuff inside kind of clattering, maybe like a pot or a pan or something, but travel's pretty light. He does have a crossbow slung over his back as well. I guess he's leading the way, so he is gonna start making his way towards the edge of town, past your guys' restaurant actually, because you guys are like, it's not the nicest property. You guys quite aren't up in like the upper echelons of evil society per se, but you're in a nice enough area. And as you kind of walk past, you see your new restaurant, Brothel, or the Brothel, the soup place. We're gonna need to think of a cool sign for that. You kind of give it like a last little solemn nod, just on the off chance you happen to die down here. As you all know, the Underdark has a pretty serious capacity for causing the deaths of individuals who wander aimlessly down there. You're hoping maybe with a guide that you might be a little better off, but he kind of stoically, almost begrudgingly leads the way, and he's still kind of like, that thing you do when you get a little bit of a nasty aftertaste from some food you've eaten. He's kind of just like, he's trying to like get the little bits of bugs out of his teeth. He's giving it the old like thing,
What's it called again?
Picks little bits out. The squish kebabs. Doesn't seem to be enjoying himself so much now.
By the way, as we pass the restaurant or our place, I'll be like, ugh, I hear that place is good. Yeah.
Yes, I hear they're the best.
The best ever. Yeah. Just trying to start a spread word of mouth thing here.
I knew the previous owner, but it seems like he's been upped and moved out. No one's heard from him in about a week and a half.
Yes. That's interesting.
Cool.
He just like eyes you a little, says, yeah, just like he stops. He's like, all right then, let's keep moving. If we keep stopping like this, it's gonna take us a week. And he'll just lead you kind of out through the outskirts of town, kind of through this winding cavern, and that begins to thin out a little. It's only about 10 feet wide, 10 feet tall. It definitely looks like it was dug still, like this is a dwarf-made cavern of sorts. And as you're approaching, you see these large stone gates that are standing ajar. They were not destroyed in any way or capacity during the invasion as it happened from the other side of the city. But appears that they're not really taking any necessary steps to guard this area from any incursion from the Underdark, mostly based on the fact that that's where they get half their recruits from. You do see an abundance of drow and durgar and other various denizens of the Underdark wandering around. So he leads you through, and you begin winding your way down this just weaving path. There's a few branches, and he kind of weaves through the middle of them and leads you down the right way. I'd like everyone to roll me an insight check, if you please.
I'm on one today.
You are. For real. Okay, so to the rest of you, it's all good. Firegrim, as you're watching him lead the way, you notice his body language begin to change from begrudging follower or begrudging employee to almost like a state of tension, almost fear. And it's weird for a drow to be afraid of the Underdark, but you gather whatever he saw down here definitely left a mark beyond the visible scarring on his face. And he kind of just like very stoically, even quieter than before, barely even acknowledging you lot, is just leading you through these passages. I believe now would be the time for one of you to roll me a d4, if you please.
Go for it, Just. You're the one rolling.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I got you. I'll just roll it straight and roll 20.
Sure. Yeah.
Damn it. Oh, wait, that's good. I forgot it was a
Yeah,
D4.
that's a 3. So I'm gonna drag you guys on over here.
Oh shit, we got a map!
We do. We got
Okay.
maps.
I love
So
it.
he kind of leads you, and about 3 or 4 hours into your trip, he kind of stops and looks around. I think I took a wrong turn.
Oh, no.
And he kind of just puts his ear out.
Well,
You all hear that?
Do I?
I listen.
Yeah, go ahead, everyone roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
God, I don't know what's happening today. I don't know what's going on.
You guys just run the game yourselves, it's fine. Oh my god, dude. Like, you can roll below a fucking 20, my guy. For real. So you hear it. Roteleks, not having ears, puts you at a bit of a disadvantage. And then Girthmog is kind of just, like, very much absorbed and, like, looking around, trying to find cool vegetation or any kind of creature that he might be able to capture. More beetles, anything like that. Not having much luck. Firegrim, however, as you are listening in the quiet, occasionally broken by Girthmog shuffling as he scurries about to grab another plant or insect off a nearby cavern wall, you hear voices kind of echoing through the tunnels around you. What language do you speak, out of curiosity?
I believe just Common, Elvish, Goblin, and Orc.
Okay. So it is not a language you understand. And it doesn't appear that your leader, whose name you guys never even bothered to introduce yourself to, mostly just nameless hiree.
We just walk in silence. Just walk.
Yeah,
in silence.
you gather like this individual probably prefers that. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, sounds like dwarfs to me.
I definitely hear voices. Yes.
Yeah, and it's kind of guttural. It's something you would have heard at some points during the invasion and the following weeks as members of the dwarven community were captured, killed, or enslaved by your, people. It definitely sounds like someone speaking dwarvish, not necessarily loudly, but you gather you rolled quite high and this individual is quite perceptive as well. And it does appear that there's a number of dwarven voices carrying kind of just bouncing through the caverns of the Underdark.
Do we know this? Do me and Girthmog know this?
It's up to you.
Well, I just said to you, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume they'll let you know. And you still see your guy. He's holding 2 fingers up now, like telling you to stop.
So we think these are dwarves?
I'm not sure.
It sounds so.
It
Probably
sounds
not.
vaguely
good ones?
dwarfish. Well, I mean, not to us.
Good, bad, that's the scale. It's kind of really unbalanced. Morality is kind of subjective.
It's a
I
little bit of a
wasn't
gray
really
area.
talking about. I was talking more. Are
In
they
terms
going
of-
to try to kill us?
I would assume it's probably pretty likely. I don't know. It doesn't sound like any Duragar I know.
So we can burn them.
You could try, or perhaps try to avoid them. I'm not sure. I'm gathering that you lot are more of the go in loud and ask questions later type.
What do you think, Girthmog? I look up.
I look at the stranger guy and I'm like, ingredients?
You tell it. And he kind of like, I'm not going to say I've never eaten dwarf. It's not my favorite. A little stringy, kind of tough. But if that's what you're interested in feeding to people.
Do you wish?
I look at Roteleks.
Roteleks.
Yes.
Yeah. See, people eat people here. What's the matter with bugs and rats?
Well, rats are just innately less healthy. But
Have you seen some of the people here?
I mean, it's a fair point, but it's a point of contention I will not let up on. Do not eat rats. However, if you wanted to capture the dwarves, I have a way.
Your leader kind of nods and looks at you.
I could convince them to come this way. You guys just grab them.
I'm not very grabby.
Girthmog?
Oh, crap.
Beautiful. Do you have a way to restrain them?
You got some rope in your in like your adventurer's kit and shit. Other than that, just girth.
I'll take out my rope and put it over my shoulder, like just kind of like.
I dig through my bag and grab out rope and just lay it on the ground.
Yeah, you got between the two of you. I think you each get 50 feet a piece in your traveler's kits or adventurer's kits or whatever. So you got about 100 feet of rope to work with. Picking up on the voices, you can pick out maybe 2 or 3 different ones. There might be more there, you're not sure, but you can hear 2 or 3. Trusting y'all not to look at the map and count them.
So we grab, then what?
Well, if no one here speaks Dwarvish, we might be a little boned.
But she's made of bones.
That's not fucking funny.
Even I think that was a little insensitive.
I'm trying to not laugh.
What do you say about being quiet, big man?
Use our Underdark voices.
Underdark voices, yes. Yes, very good. It's like talking to a child.
Sometimes.
You'll be amazed sometimes.
Sometimes it gets a little weird.
You know what they say about broken clock, right twice a day.
All right, I'm going to see if I can make a psychic connection with one of them.
All right.
To see what they're doing here.
Okay. That is
Thoughts?
a sorcerer ability you have?
That is a sorcerer ability I have.
Nice. What's the range on it? And do you have to be able to see the target?
As a bonus action, choose one creature you see 30 feet in front of you.
Okay.
So, yes.
You would need to be visibly in range.
Okay, hold on. Let me check something real quick. I think I could do it. Probably. I could crawl up the wall.
You can crawl up the wall.
I could crawl up the wall, just crawl over there.
Yep. So you all look as Roteleks kind of like fluffs the robes a little bit, and you notice now his shoes, which you at first thought were boots, are actually just very ornately made slippers, kind of wrapped up to look more boot-like. And you notice just the thin tracing of spider webs almost woven into the fabric of these slippers, more or less. As Roteleks begins, he just puts one foot on the wall, and you expect him to just slide down like one normally would. But the foot sticks. And then the next one. And then the next one. And within about a minute, Roteleks is kind of just standing, hanging upside down from the ceiling above.
What in the fuck?
Shh! I'm going to get a good look. We must be sneaky.
Sees you climbing. Lothbrok praised. And he kind of just comments to himself and continues on with his day. He's just watching. He's smiling a little bit. Like, it was a little more resourceful than this individual figured you would be.
All right, I want to like start making my way over that. Like,
Are you sneaking?
Yes.
Roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Oh, as I watch him climb up, I would like to cast mage armor on myself.
Sure. Yeah. So you now have, what is it, 8 hours of bonus AC?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Mage armor's great. So what'd you? Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my. Okay. So as you all notice, Roteleks kind of up there. You're like, oh, this is good. He looks like he's got this covered. Starts stepping. As he's kind of getting closer to the voices. Real quick. So you guys will be Roteleks since you're the only one on the map right now. If you go to the journal on Roll20 there, it's like the third one in after chat. You have pictures and then like a little journal. There should be a character there for you named Roteleks.
Mm-hmm.
And just drag him onto the map. Yeah, and you're up here. So you guys are coming in from the top right in this particular thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you all notice as Roteleks begins advancing and advancing. And then at a certain point, you gather maybe he stepped on a bit of moss, something that was a little slippery, and you see his one slipper just give way while the other one still holds. So he's kind of hanging one leg off to the side, the other just holding him to the roof. He's kind of just dangling there. And he begins to just like emote a little as you do, like, oh Jesus, and he's fallen, and he begins to make a little more noise than would be ideal for this kind of situation. I don't know what you say, that's up to you, but you definitely...
The others are still out of the way.
Yeah, they're far enough back that they can still see you visibly, but like not so close that they're in range of the people you're trying to approach.
I would like to so I kind of like fall down off it, right?
You still have 1 foot clinging to the ceiling, and you're essentially hanging there with 1 foot kind of draped over that you're trying to find like solid footing that your slipper can grip onto.
Sure.
You're just hanging from the ceiling like a weird chandelier.
I would like to change into that of a dwarf.
Okay.
In case they come across and hear me.
So as you're all watching this, your new ally hanging from the ceiling by 1 foot, you notice his form begin to shift and alter and shrink. And where once there was a skeletal figure, practically fleshless, now stands a more or less fully fleshed out dwarf.
He always been a dwarf? Were we running with the enemy?
I don't think that's the case. This should be good. And your buddy's just watching at this point. He's very intrigued. This is interesting to him. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, what are you, Roteleks? What is Dwarf Roteleks doing in this situation?
I would like to try to regain my footing.
Yeah, you managed to do so. There's no save or anything involved. It was just your little mess up in your stealth check there.
Okay. And I want to kind of try to take a listen out to see if they're still talking. Like, if it seems like they've noticed me.
Yeah, so as you make a bit of noise in the caverns, the voices definitely quiet down. You do occasionally hear one talking to another. Can't really make out what they're saying. It does vaguely sound like a question, just based on the inflection of the words he's using. Probably something along the lines of, did you hear that?
Fair enough.
But it seems like the voices have hushed a little bit now.
I would like to try to continue to work my way over there.
Sure.
Along the ceiling, I suppose.
Are you still stealthing?
Yes.
Okay, roll me another stealth check because you're moving to a new spot now.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's fucking great, dude. You rolled the same thing twice in a row. JT's the only one who can fucking roll today, dude. So once again, you begin making it ready. Like, okay, I got this. Like, surely I'm not gonna make that mistake twice. And as you do, you put one foot down. You're like, I'm sure I have solid footing. So you move your other foot off the ceiling, and as you do, you realize it's not quite as sturdy a grip as you thought, and you tumble, thunk, onto the ground. It's not a far enough fall to hurt per se, other than your pride. And you can't seem to maintain a grip up here, and you definitely make a sizable amount of noise at this point.
We see this, right?
Oh yeah, just barely. Like as he's starting to go around the corner.
What just happened?
The laugh cut out. That was amazing.
Only partially.
Yeah, it was still there
I
in the
don't
back.
know why it cuts out there. That's great.
It's Zoom putting a limiter on you. Just lean back from the mic when you do your evil laugh. That'll help.
It doesn't help.
It doesn't help at all. Okay. So you, Roteleks, you just hear this.
I'm laughing my ass.
Yeah, you hear this loud, echoing, high-pitched. It's just kind of floating through the ether behind you, and now you do hear ahead of you the sound of like armor and weapons being drawn. As you have definitely given yourselves away at this point.
Can I ask, what was that dude's name I interviewed in the first one shot? Do you remember?
Oh Jesus, no. Fuck.
Well, can I invoke his name without remembering his name?
Yeah, we're gonna say his name was like fucking Balthazar. How about that? There you go. It's Balthazar.
Sure.
Balthazar Stronghammer. I had a name for him. That was what, 4 months ago?
Yeah, no, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. So we're calling him Balti or Balthazar. I'm good with whatever. Is that the appearance you took when you turned into a dwarf?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Okay.
I took the appearance of a smaller, kind of Dumbo-y.
Disheveled
Dumbo.
dwarf.
Yeah. What's that one gnome or one dwarf from Snow White?
Dopey?
Dopey. Yeah, basically him.
Fair enough.
But,
I like it.
You know.
Yeah, so you definitely hear the sound of weapons, and as you approach, you do now see what appears to be two massive piles of rocks kind of blocking the entrance to this somewhat larger looking cave, and there's like a thin path down the middle, but there are spears and sharp, like just various stakes and other weapons that it looks like have just been jammed in here as some kind of hodgepodge of home defense, more like it's just random. But you are approaching, and while you don't see anybody yet, you hear the sound of people like readying for combat behind there. You have an opportunity to do something before the shit hits the fan. What would you like to try?
I would like to run in there and say, fuck. Run in, be like, guys, quick, I need your help.
Okay. So as you sprint, you sprint out, you kind of stumble in. You say, guys, I need your help. You see standing before you and a dwarf clad head to toe in armor, kind of just looking down at you through this grizzled beard and big bushy eyebrows. You kind of smell. Actually, you can't, because you have no sense of smell. Maybe you do as a dwarf. I don't know. You smell a mix of your own decaying flesh, which doesn't seem to go away as much as you would like when you transform, and what appears to be the musty kind of BO of someone who's been in armor and in a swelteringly hot, very muggy environment for some time. But he kind of just looks down at you, and like you see in his hand, there's an axe and just a shield. Who the yeah, he kind of just looks, who the fuck are you?
What's a good dwarf name?
I got nothing.
My name is Marok. I'm the underling of sorts of fucking Balthazar. He escaped. I need help. Please come with me.
You said Balthazar. Oh, that's the wrong accent. You said Balthazar escaped.
He escaped.
Where'd he go? Where are you hiding?
He's just down the fucking tube here.
Then why doesn't he come here?
Because he's being blocked off by this giant fucking bug. I barely got through. We need your help now.
You're not telling me you brought the fucking dweller here.
No, I don't fucking know what it was. It was here when we got here.
Alright, roll me a deception check. There we go. Fucking roll.
Fucking go.
So as like you begin selling the performance, and he kind of smells that like decaying flesh thing, but doesn't really think anything of it. You gather. Who knows? There's lots of undead on here. He could have just been fighting them. No one's sure. But as you kind of say that, he looks around, and now looking, you see there are 5 other dwarves here, including him. One, I believe, just double checking my notes. Yep. One is similarly dressed, shield, weapon, heavy armor. The other 4, less so, still armored, still quite well maintained. You can tell there's a fair degree of battle scarring on this, like they have seen some conflict in the recent month. You gather these are one of a small group of survivors who might have escaped into the Underdark following the siege and seemingly have fortified a small position for themselves. There's fresh water. You can see kind of flowing in. You hear this, what it sounds like a small waterfall even on the other side of that. But as he kind of says that, or as you say that to him, he kind of just like hammers onto his shield once with the axe he's holding. All right, lads, get the fuck up. We've got something to deal with. And he's kind of just gonna square himself up with you. He's gonna help you up, gonna like grab a hand onto your back and just like lift you. He sees you have no weapons on you, or I don't believe you do. You have his, okay. So he's just gonna like pull out a hand axe off his belt and like slap it into your chest. You're gonna need that. And they like all together kind of as a unit just slam onto their shields once and begin like marching, following you. As you begin to weave back down the path towards your comrades. That is where we're going to take our first break for the evening, as we're about 2 hours in, so more or less at the halfway point, possibly a little past it. So we'll be returning in about 10 minutes, folks. Please do stick around. We appreciate every single one of you coming in, and I thank you all my players for making this already such a fucking entertaining game. My god. I didn't think a side quest about culinary expertise was going to be as exciting as this ended up, but we're having a hell of a time. So we'll be back in 10. Do stick around. We'll catch y'all in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. We're back. Nice little break there. We're about to jump into some combat. I did go ahead and have all the players roll their initiative during the break, just to save a little time. And I am going to throw on the D&D Battles playlist. There we go.
Let's go.
Sweet, dude. We don't get to use this very much. So, before this all starts, Girthmog and Firegrim, along with you. Oh, I need to add a drow in there. That helps. 1 second. Along with your drow companion now. You guys have a minute of prep time. What would you like to? I'm just gonna use this mini because I can.
A minute of prep time.
Yeah, like you have a bit while this whole conversation was happening and while he was trying to persuade them to come over and follow you and such. So, how would you like to prepare? Are you setting an ambush? What's the game plan here? It is quite a thin path, barely big enough for 2 of you side by side.
Are you gonna capture it?
Well, I guess Firegrim, you'd probably be ahead of me.
Yeah.
For the sake of, being able to.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you'd probably be ahead, as you're supposed to grab these people.
Just don't set me on fire then.
Evocation wizard, buddy.
Spell sculpting, baby.
That was my first thought.
I love spell sculpting.
Well,
So
if things go horribly wrong, I can always just fire around them and keep them trapped and contained.
Fire around. Yeah. All right, then I'll be in front.
Okay. So we're just holding are we holding a specific action, or are we just waiting until people are visible?
I thought the idea here was that he was going to lure him towards us.
That's what he's doing. You have a few seconds before he gets to you.
I am going to bonus action hide.
Okay, yeah, so if anyone wants to stealth, now would be the time to do it. I'm definitely going to have the drow hiding.
Okay, well. It wasn't
stealth
great.
Plus 10. 28 from the drow. Let's go, dude. So the drow at this point kind of just slinks into the shadows of the cave. You see the figure there, but if you hadn't been watching this individual do it, you wouldn't have noticed. He just fades completely into the darkness, and you just hear the sound of a sword, or of just a short sword being drawn from a scabbard.
Are you part of the wall now?
Sure. if that makes it easier for you to understand.
Wow.
Like I said, some of us are used to being quiet. And he's just gonna hold and wait. And at this point, you begin to hear like the sound of shuffling feet, clanking armor, and like the rattle of chainmail as these individuals are marching towards you. And you just kind of hear like now in common, because that's what Roteleks decided to speak to them when they first met. They're just discussing openly now, and it seems like they're talking about this very large insect, worm-like creature that Roteleks is leading them towards. So, where are you saying you saw this thing exactly?
Right near the entrance to this tunnel.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Like, Pat, I'm trying to describe, like, the entrance past where these guys are.
It's just, hope it doesn't get any further. We've got good people back there.
Fair to know.
And he's kind of slowly at this point, now that like he mentioned this large creature is quite close, there's definitely a more cautious pattern in their step.
Trying to do the opposite of that. I thought this tunnel was much longer.
It is not. I mean, it is. In theory, it goes up another 50, 60 feet. Their minis are there just for the sake of the map.
Oh, that's fair.
Because it's a size. So not all of them chose to follow you, but a vast majority. It looks like 2 stayed behind, and 4 of these dwarves are now marching with you. You lose sight of the other 2, who begin shuffling to what appears to pack up camp. Like, it seems like they're getting ready to make an escape if they have to. And you lead them. Girthmog and Firegrim, you hear getting closer, closer, and closer. And you gather they're just around the turn from you, a few feet away. What are you going to do? You guys effectively have a surprise round because you're leading them into an ambush. You have 1 round to do something before they arrive. What are you going to do?
I'm grabbing one.
Okay,
Because
so
as far as I know, that's the plan.
All right, so you're just waiting until one comes around the corner. You're grabbing the first one you see?
Oh, it's going to be fucking hells, but that's what I do.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're grabbing the first dwarf you see, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait,
JT,
I'm
what are you doing?
following behind them.
No, you're leading them.
Oh.
You said
I'm
follow
gonna
me.
ready action
Okay.
to wall of fire around the rest of the ones that he doesn't grab.
It's going to be a pretty tight wall of fire, but it's possible.
I'm just gonna wrap it as many times as it allows.
Okay.
On,
So, all
with
this
the
happens.
heat facing inward, not on the
Yeah,
outside.
of course.
obviously.
So you're going to
Do I
slow
still
cook
get
them.
to take advantage of this as well?
Yeah, you do.
Surprise
You
round?
do effectively have a turn. What would you like to do? You're leading them into an ambush. What's your plan?
Well, I mean, right as soon as we get around the corner, I've got to change back.
Yeah. The question is, do you change back before Girthmog can grab you? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a game of rollies. Because you effectively are acting at the same time. So both of you roll a dexterity check. Just straight up dexterity.
Okay.
Okay. So, Roteleks, you begin shifting yourself back. The skin begins to melt away.
I got a new
But-
D20.
Before it does, just refresh the page. Before it does, as you step around the corner and you feel the hulking hands of Girthmog just clench around your body. Girthmog, that is going to be an athletics check from you to grapple this opponent, and Roteleks, it's acrobatics or athletics to try and avoid it. You have to beat a 12. You do. So as Girthmog just lunges, you see this massive hulking Goliath form just lunge out of the darkness towards you. You just duck as his hands clap together over your head.
Is there any way... I know if not, that's fine. Is there any way I could grab the clipboard that's still on my side and smack him on the head with it?
Say, not me, you don't!
Sure. Go ahead. You just dodge it. Make me a melee attack, I guess, with a clipboard. Attack for
Damn.
clipboard.
Yeah, hell of a reach.
What? How do I fucking do that? Just
I mean, he's effectively at your knees right now, just trying to bop you with this thing. Yeah, it would just be a d20. No proficiency. Add your strength.
Damn, dude, you gonna take my hit points, dude.
20.
But you roll a 20. Okay, roll me a d4.
Okay. I wasn't trying to damage him.
Fucked up, dude. Girthmog
This
doesn't
isn't.
forget.
The d4 is not for Girthmog. What did you roll?
Wait, why isn't it sending in chat? It's a 3.
Okay, so as you smack Girthmog, you're kind of at his knee height, and you're a dwarf right now. You haven't shifted back fully. You're getting there, and as you smack him, your clipboard just breaks in two, finally, after all the abuse it has suffered.
Ah, yes! No! Fuck that clipboard!
So you're holding the top half of a clipboard with like a piece of paper dangling, and then just another half of a clipboard in your hands. And Girthmog, you just look down as this dwarf you tried to grab begins to shift, and the skin literally falls off the skeleton, and you see Roteleks just kind of crouched in front of you, looking angrily at you and his broken clipboard. As all, I guess we're entering initiative order. JT, you were holding something too, right?
Whoever he didn't grab, I was gonna wall of fire around them. I think it's
You kind of peek around.
20 feet in diameter, 20 feet high,
Yes.
1 foot thick.
Oh my god. So you kind of like look around Girthmog, and you see Roteleks shift back into his form. The dwarves kind of step back, taken aback by this sudden transformation. There's now a skeleton in front of them, and you just like raise your hand. How does the spell manifest? How do you cast it specifically?
So as this is happening, I lean around and I notice that there's 4 other dwarfs just sitting there. I'm like, well, fuck. And I kind of like scorpion style Hellraiser out, and it just the wall of fire starts ringing around them and just up to the top.
Okay.
I don't know how high the cave is, but 20 feet up.
You can link. Go ahead to your spells and click it, and you can link it to the Roll20 chat, just so we can get the rolls. I think it's a dex save from them, right?
Yeah, DC 15.
Is that when they, as soon as it goes up, or just when they end their turn within 5 feet?
Let me read real
I
quick.
need to double check. I don't play wizards very
It says,
much.
when the wall appears, each creature within the area must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 5d8 or half as much on success. And then one side of the wall, when
Is
I
hot.
cast the spell, deals another one every time they end their turn inside of it.
And they're stuck in, and then they cross through it. They take damage as well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 4 dex saves. First one succeeds. Second one does not. Oh no. Next one does not. Neither does the last one. So one of them manages to like get the shield up and kind of hunker down and get away from the heat, while the other 3 are like, ah! You just like hear them beginning to cook inside your very enclosed wall of fire. So effectively,
He's a chef.
I'm gonna go
I
free.
am the chef.
There. So your wall of fire essentially is just like doing this. Like, that's your wall of fire right now. Just toast them. You hear screams coming from inside it, and you like catch glimpses through the flames of these people just writhing in pain. How much damage is it? It's half on a
23.
save, right? And half
Rolled.
on a successful save, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I rolled pretty low there.
Okay. So 2 of them. 2 of them are still standing. As the back 2, definitely the weaker, less armored, less physically imposing of the group, begin screaming in agony, and you smell a very familiar scent, the smell of cooking flesh, as these 2 individuals are just yeah, essentially as all the moisture in their body boils out of them in this just massive inferno, and they collapse to the ground, and you see the skin and flesh begin just burning away, leaving mostly
Firegrim looks incredibly pleased.
Yeah, you can't see this because he's hiding, but the drow is looking at you with a sense of pure fucking terror on his face. Wow, okay. They don't have a lot of HP. The 2 of them are just like basic fucking warrior dwarves. The other 2 are still standing. Definitely look, the one in the back looks a little worse for wear. The one in the front still doing okay as the wall of flames is just roaring around them. At that point, we're going to officially start the initiative order as our surprise round has come to an end. First up, Girthmog. You see Roteleks materialize in front of you. Yeah, you're already good. as like this figure appears, and you see just a blinding flash of radiant light from this flame that erupts. It's dark in the Underdark. You all have been like just kind of got adjusted to the dark light. So as this flame erupts, you kind of got to shelter your eyes and like shake it off for a second. It's not as bad as it could have been, but it is your turn. There are two individuals currently wreathed in a wall of fire.
Okay.
What up?
Oh, I need to look at my damages. Because any 1 or 2 I roll, or any 1 should be treated as a 2.
Then you rolled a 1 and okay. So it would be an extra 2 damage on top because you rolled 2 1s. So it would have been 25. Yeah, so same deal. The two are still standing. Just look a little more charred. Girthmog, what you doing?
Over a fit of rage over the clipboard, I literally use my bonus action to go into rage and jump into the fire, like in a tackling.
You're gonna try to bowl over the dwarves in the fire?
Yeah, I don't even take out my cleaver yet. I just literally jump in.
Yeah. So Roteleks, you look as it almost looks again like Girthmog is about to grab you for a second time, like he hasn't quite clued in. And then he just jumps and leaps clean over top of you. You just see these two Goliath feet soar past your head. I don't know, like this, I want to say an athletics check. Or it's like essentially a grapple attack. You tried to tackle them, right? So yeah, go ahead and roll me an athletics. This is a 15. Okay, you're gonna try to avoid it. He does not. Then he uses this one. No. Yeah, so as Girthmog just flies through the flames, you just hear as like his sheer girthy mass collapses on top of both of these dwarves, essentially smothering them under his massive form. Go ahead and roll me 2d6, Girthmog. This is for girth damage. 6. Okay, they each take 6 points of damage as your sheer weight just crushes them. And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw because you just went through the fire.
Right, yeah, I figured there'd be some consequence here.
You take 23 points of fire damage, not halved because fire damage is not negated by rage. So like you feel the flames begin to lick and like tear at your skin a little, like blisters start to form. It is hot. You're used to being on like the friendly side of Firegrim's flames. It's really starting to hurt in here.
No.
Oh no, dude!
Oh no! So yeah, you take 23 points of fire damage from your considerable HD or fucking HP pool. You have 62 HP left. Okay, cool. Good to know. I didn't know you could do that in Roll20. Interesting. And you are currently just. I'm gonna put your mini right there, but you are, in all sense of the word, currently just on top of these two. And they seem unable to move. I'm going to imagine that is the bulk of your turn, yes?
I assume the dive is my action?
Yeah, the dive was your action and attack. You do still have movement if you want. It only took you about 10 feet of movement.
I would like to get up using their bodies, like, ugh, you know?
Okay, yeah, you just... And you hear a rib or two maybe crack or like continue to give way. The armor creaks and you see a little bit of a print form. You're kind of just standing above the two of them now. Yeah. And you see these two dwarven faces. One, quite old, battle-scarred, like I said, very bushy eyebrows and a big, full beard. The other, however, having been more at the receiving end of the fire, most of his beard has been singed away, revealing a very pale skin underneath that is in stark contrast to the rest of his face. You gather this portion of his skin has not seen any kind of light or heat or anything in ever. And he kind of just staring up at you with a look of pure, unadulterated fear.
I'm imagining like my loincloth burns off or whatever, and it's just Girth Dong hanging above this guy's face.
Oh yeah, he's getting the full view. He looks at he makes eye contact in fear with you, and then you see him just glance down momentarily and back up at you. And the fear just increases. Yeah, more fear.
But okay, yeah.
Okay, next up is your elf guide, who's kind of just, you hear a voice from the shadows, Firegrim. I don't think I'm gonna be much use here. It looks like the big guy's got it all covered. He's just gonna he's gonna sheath his sword, pull out a hand crossbow, and just aim over and through the flames in case anyone else comes out chasing you guys. That's gonna be it. Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, because I typically think you can drop concentration at any point.
You can, yep.
When he dived in there, I would have dropped concentration on the fire.
Yeah, you can as a reaction drop concentration. I allow that in my game.
I was gonna reaction drop con, but obviously he would still take the initial damage.
Yeah, so he takes as soon as he goes through the flames, there's the damage. The loincloth is mostly burnt off. There's a couple shards. It's more of a belt at this point. It really isn't doing anything to cover much. Not that it really did before. You and Girthmog have a very similar style of, like, not quite having long enough clothes. As the flames dissipate, and you all find yourself once again shrouded in relative darkness.
Must be nice having skin to show off.
Not for long. You look down at the two charred bodies that are just, like, burnt to a fucking crisp. Next up, one of the dwarves over here hears the commotion. And is just gonna run the 25 feet, so he's gonna use his... He's gonna go right to there, actually. And he's gonna look down the hall. He had to use his action to dash, so he's just gonna pull out his crossbow and kind of point it and aim. He does have a crossbow, right? I believe... Yeah, so he pulls out a light crossbow and kind of just aims it at you, and you see him now taking this all in, just this essentially nude, very well-hung Girthmog, just standing in the middle of the cave, was like his two friends charred, burnt to a crisp on the ground, and just chaos ensuing around him, and he's just gonna aim and hope that his next turn comes before y'all's does. Unlikely, however. Firegrim, it is your turn, my friend. Your reaction comes back now as well.
Okay, I'm gonna move down to here, over to here.
Oh, for anyone wondering who's new to Roll20, if you click and drag your guy and right-click real fast, you get a little ruler and you can measure how far you're moving.
Okay, I could stand in this space, right? Like
more, yeah, you're kind of like
along the wall there.
Yeah, you're essentially back against the wall.
That's where I wanted to stand. Can I see this man?
I'm gonna say roll me a free perception check to see if you can make out a shot around. Oh wait, you have spell sniper, don't you?
I do. Yeah.
So it wouldn't really matter. You're lucky it doesn't matter because that roll was shit.
I took it off. It does matter. It does matter.
So you try just to get a good view around Girthmog, but between all the stuff going on, the two dwarves, the Girthmog, the dong, it's just really hard to get it. Yeah, it's kind of just swinging back and forth at this point. It's hard to focus. You can't really get a clear visual on this individual. You see him maybe popping up here and there, but you don't figure you can get a clear shot. You definitely see someone kind of poking out there, though.
All right. I'm gonna look at the one right in front of me. Actually, we'll go with the one behind.
He is definitely looking.
Guys can move.
Yeah, the guy in the back is looking much more singed than the guy in the front. And
I'm gonna just create bonfire underneath them.
Okay. Cool. So is that a dex save from him? Or is a bonfire just fucking appear and start singeing his cheeks? Like,
let me
I'm gonna rule it's probably a dex save to try and roll out of the way.
I believe they get a save for it.
Yeah, 100%. I think so. I really hope so.
Yeah, create a bonfire within range. Fills a 5-foot cube. Dexterity saving throw or take, in this case, 2d8 fire damage.
He fails, roll your damage.
All right.
He took 25 from the fire first. He takes another 10. That's 35. And then he took all the Tark's damage. So he's hanging in there, but like there's bits of skin melted off. You see little bits of bone, like where the cheekbone is, kind of peeking out at this point from where all the skin has been singed off. There is no hair left on this individual's face whatsoever. Just like full on, no eyebrows, nothing. And you see a very young dwarf, like arguably not almost old enough to hold a weapon. Like just on the cusp. Just passed into dwarven manhood, more or less. And he's just staring at you. Like at this point, he's like between Girthmog and the little goblin shooting fire at him. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's still prone too. They both are. So like they're just laying there, and this is all happening. Anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
Nah, that's it.
Okay.
Just slowly cooking this man.
This guy's starting to worry a bit. So he's gonna use half his movement to stand up, and the other half is going to just be shuffling around to this side of Girthmog.
So he walks through the fire.
As the bonfire.
Or no.
He's getting out of the fire.
I thought it was this guy. My bad.
Yeah, I thought you put the back guy on. If it's the front guy, he's looking less shitty. Substantially.
No.
Okay.
I put it on the back guy.
Okay. Yeah, so the back guy moves out of the fucking bonfire that is currently singeing him to a crisp. And he's going to make 2 attacks at... oh, man. He's going to make 2 battle axe attacks at you, Girthmog. He rolled an 8. Why is it adding the damage? That's not how that works. He would have hit so hard with the one-handed. So he rolls an 8. That's a miss. And the second one's... I haven't rolled above a 13 this whole goddamn game, except for the stealth check for the guy who's on your team. So he just like raises his axe, swings it down at Girthmog at this point, who just like almost like too deftly steps aside and like sucks it in just a little, so like the axe swings right past the gut. And then on the next strike, it's as simple as just batting it away with one hand. You haven't even pulled out a weapon yet, toying with these people. He's just gonna stand and like look up at you in fear and raise the shield up and kind of use it to just block the view of the dong in front of him. It's distracting.
New album, View of the Dong.
Oh god. Roteleks, you're up, buddy.
I would like to cast Crown of Madness on the man in the back.
The blue or the green?
The green.
Okay. Go ahead.
And
link that to chat for me. Wisdom DC 16. Okay. He makes it. Look at that. I rolled good.
Hooray.
So you raise your hand and you try to conjure the spell, and you see that shimmering barbed crown begin to appear around his head, and then you see the dwarf kind of steel themselves, and it just begins to fade away as it fails to take hold. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's fine.
Okay. Is that your turn? You still have your movement and a bonus action?
I'm good.
Okay.
It's as good as I get.
Alright. You're standing toe-to-toe with the dwarf. So this is the one that you convinced to follow you. He brought his allies into this at your request, and he watched you transform into a skelly right in front of him. Looking back, he sees Girthmog at his back, which isn't ideal. So he's gonna... I don't want to take that attack. Yeah, I'm gonna do it, actually. He notices Girthmog doesn't have a weapon out yet. So he's gonna move out of your attack range, Girthmog. You can make an attack of opportunity against him as he does so if you would like to. It costs your reaction to do so, but...
I'm going to say I have a fit of blind rage and I don't even notice him behind me.
Okay, cool. You're just totally focused on this little dwarf.
I'm blue. I'm all blue.
Alright, cool. So he is going to make a round of attacks, one against Roteleks and the other against Firegrim, who has been burning his allies. And he still has the shield, so it's a one-handed battle axe. It's a 23 to hit Roteleks. You take 8 points of slashing damage as this axe just carves across your chest. You feel a couple ribs crack. There's no flesh for it to cut through. It just kind of breaks through bone at this point. Starting to take some wear and tear on the old skeleton there, buddy. And the next one is going to swing around for Firegrim for a 20.
Reaction shield.
Okay. You also have your mage armor up.
Yeah, I need to shield still, though.
So you shield. As you see the axe just heading right for your face, you raise your hand and you see that kind of arcane dome appear around you briefly, and it flashes as it dissipates as the axe kind of just bounces off, and he has to steady himself and ready himself for another round of attacks. Next up, we have the lady who's over here. She hears all this commotion. She's going to use her 25 feet to come up to here. Notice the other individual who was just ready and aiming with the crossbow. As she notices the crown failed to take hold. And she kind of just yells. She's like, well, what do you want me to fucking do? And he just looks back. Run! And she's going to bolt. She's going to use her action to dash and just 25 feet. That's it. That's all she gets. And she's going to just begin bolting down that path. You hear the command issued. You hear someone yell run, and you see just like the three of you see this flash as an individual begins to move. However, I'm just curious real quick. You have a line of sight. He does not have line of sight, unfortunately. So he does not notice her making a break for it. And his attack does not get loosed. However, Girthmog, you're up.
Okay. I would like to pick up... how small is Blue? Can I pick him up with one hand?
Easily. It's a dwarf.
Okay.
So it's a young dwarf, too.
All right. I pick up Blue with one hand, and I just punch him against the wall with the other.
Okay. I'm going to say, just, for flavor, go ahead and roll me a melee attack.
So I get advantage on these, right, with rage?
I believe so, yes.
So is this just flat strength roll?
I'm going to say, because you're not proficient in smashing heads against... you've done a lot of head smashing. I'm going to say just treat it as an unarmed attack, so go ahead. I don't know if you have that option on your sheet. If not, it'll just be a d20 plus your strength and your proficiency bonus.
So this is...
Probably be +8, I'm
Oh,
guessing.
yikes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Rough, rolls a 2. That unfortunately does not do it. As you kind of like reach out and try to just grab onto this dwarf and begin slamming him against the wall and swinging with your other hand, you don't manage to make contact. He kind of like lifts the shield up just in time and your fist bounces off of it. You do have another attack if you'd like.
Okay. Same thing.
Just can slamming him. Wow, your rolls are worse than mine today.
Oh no.
Oh god. Second one just...
Oh no.
I'm just punching the wall.
Yeah, essentially you're missing, you're hitting the wall, there's bits of stone flying off as your fist is hitting it, the shield begins to bend. You're just trying to wail on him. He's kind of turtling up. Not managing to do much. You do still have your movement and a bonus action if you'd like. And you are still raging.
Yeah, I will... My hand that I was punching with, I will take out my cleaver.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's it.
You draw the cleaver.
Okay.
And as now this dwarf looking at you, thinking it was getting just a pretty brutal punishment with the fist, seeing this massive, rusty, kind of damaged, not well-kept meat cleaver that is just probably as big as his torso, he's like, there's a tear almost. Like this dwarf knows death is coming. Next up, we have our drow friend that you guys brought along for the show. At this point, he wants to get his hand in a little bit. Seeing the guy beating up on his two friends and Firegrim having to defend himself on 2 occasions.
Friends.
Yeah.
What?
He's going to make a single hand crossbow attack because he only gets multi-attack with the short swords. Oh, baby. There we go.
Damn.
24. So that's a definite hit. He rolls 5 points of damage. Fucking sucks. However, I need a Constitution save from the dwarf. He fails. Fuck you. So that dwarf is you guys don't know this per se, but as the bolt hits, you see the dwarf kind of look down and like pull the bolt out, and you notice him wince as it seems like there's like almost a secondary effect or some kind of toxin entering his body, and you see his skin. He kind of turns like a bit of a sickly shade of green. It doesn't look like he's feeling all that hot. You gather he's probably been poisoned. Drows are nasty like that. That should have been an advantage too, actually. Because he's stealthing. I'm gonna roll one more time, see if I get the critty. Let's find out.
Farm them crits.
I did not get a crit. Okay, so that's all good. That is his one move. He is going to take a step forward and kind of back you guys up. Next up is the dwarf over here, who at this point is just trying to stall you guys long enough for his friend to get away. Is going to make 2 crossbow attacks at... Gonna scooch up to here. Doesn't really have line of sight on Girthmog. Oh, that's not true. Girthmog is 6 feet tall. He's gonna shoot at Girthmog. 15? I don't think that hits you, does it? What's your AC?
14.
Oh, it does hit. You take 6 points of piercing damage as this little crossbow bolt just right into your torso. You kind of look down and you're like, huh.
Damn it.
You see a little trickle. Yeah, 6 points. And you see a little trickle of blood begin to
Are you raging?
Yeah,
I
so
still am.
it would be 3 points for you. And then the next attack, which is also a hit, even harder, is 7. So we round up. That will be 4 points of damage on the half.
Actually, considering I didn't hit with rage, does it end?
No, you did make an attack. As
Okay,
long as you're
okay,
still
good.
attacking people, your rage persists.
Gotcha.
Plus, I would say you're even more angry
I'm
now
more
because you
mad.
missed. Yeah.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
So you take a total of 7 points after that with all the halving and everything. It's barely even a scratch at this point. You almost look down and like smile.
Oh, it's
At
half.
this point.
Okay.
Yeah. All damage. I mean, just add one more to that and you've halved both. You're good. We should be at 55 HP. He's gonna just kind of scoot back over here and kind of tuck himself in the middle there, try to get some cover for himself. Firegrim, you're up.
All right. We can move through ally squares still, right?
Yeah. It's 5 feet each square. There's no reason. Maybe Girthmog would give you a struggle. But
All right, I'm gonna come over here to this side.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I can see her, right?
Yeah, I'd say at this point you probably would have seen her running too.
What are the capabilities of getting a wall of fire to cut her off here and around in the center? Just this whole center.
It's a 20
Fired.
foot radius.
Yeah, 20-foot radius.
Yeah, you can do that easily.
I just want the whole center,
Yeah.
but mostly her.
It does get cut off at walls, so you're essentially gonna have like that, more or less. Should be bigger actually if it's 20.
That's fine
It
for
is.
me.
I'm gonna put it like that. There you go. That's your wall of fire, give or take.
All right. We'll cast that real quick.
Yeah, and I mean you can always shrink it around them too if you want it to be smaller. So that's your choice.
I saw him back up. I don't know where he is, so I was just going for a general. Like,
Okay. So they
that
both have to
area.
make dexterity saves, correct?
Yep.
Succeed. Fail.
Hmm.
And 20. Oh my
I'm
god.
like,
S-
there is no escape from my wrath.
not gonna lie to you. Even with the success. They don't have a lot of HP. So 20, 29 halved, yeah. That'll do it. So as you conjure the flames, you're like, that'll hold them, and then you look past the fire and you see the two of them like, ah! And just begin sputtering as like the air coming out of their lungs heats up, and you just notice them begin to burn and fade into an ashy pile on the ground as this roaring inferno just cooks them alive from within. They don't have a lot of HP, these guys. They're like a step above commoners. You're fighting the two strong ones right now.
Dude, good band name, Step Above Commoners.
That is a good band name for sure.
Oh
Solid.
man, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so they're both fucking dead. Jesus, guys. Didn't
Oh,
we-
also, I should have specified that I dropped the bonfire concentration.
Yeah, no, as soon as you cast a new concentration spell. So there's just a roaring fire down down the hallway from you guys. And two people still standing, both of whom are now up. This individual...
I look back at the guy that attacked me,
Mhm.
and I will look at him and I will say, "You led your friends to their death. How does that feel?"
He's going to just look at you with pure fury in his eyes, and you see him just like grip his axe tightly and ready for another attack. However, his buddy is gonna be up first, and like
Yeah.
there's a wall of fire behind him. There's a giant naked Girthmog in front of him. He don't know what the fuck to do. So he's just gonna like put himself behind the shield and just kind of like take two, almost half-hearted. Like his heart's not like he's trying to find a way to flee, and there isn't feasibly a way to do so. So he's beginning to get desperate, but like defeat has begun to set in. I'll say he's gonna make two one-handed battle. That's a miss and a hit. So the second one hits you, Tark or Girthmog, and halved. That is going to be 4 because we round up. You take 4 points of slashing damage as the axe just kind of carves through the upper part of your leg into your calf. Once again, these are baby scratches. There's not really anything that intimidating about it at this point. Next up, we have Roteleks. There's just 2 individuals left. The rest have been thoroughly cooked.
I want to grab the guy in front of me
Sure.
with shocking grasp.
Okay, so that's just a touch attack. You rolled a 20. That hits.
Yeah.
So you just reach your hand out and essentially, like, how are you? Where exactly are you touching this individual? How is this gonna manifest itself?
I am gonna grab him on the top of the head, look into his eyes, and say, "This really sucks for you, doesn't it?"
No voice whatsoever. The Skeletor voice is just gone.
I forgot. I'm no longer a dwarf.
Yeah, you switch back.
This really sucks for you, doesn't it?
as you just, like, the three of you see this bolt of light just manifest around his hand. This little trickle of static electricity just dancing around his fingers. It's just, you see this bolt of electricity just shoot through this dwarf, and he's just like goes rigid for a second and then regains himself. He's standing but barely. He's got very limited HP. Like, he's bloody. He's kind of like it's just like a little bit of crisping on the beard from the lightning, and the beard's kind of like poofed out a little from the static electricity discharge. You still have your movement. What would you like to do?
Nothing. I'm good.
Okay, fair enough. All right, he's up, and he's scared, and he's angry. Looking around, realizing he is completely encircled and cornered in every way, he is gonna just throw down the shield, grip his battle axe with both hands, and look at you, Roteleks, dead in the eyes. This was your fault. And he's gonna just lunge at you and take two of his most powerful strikes he possibly can, putting every ounce of his sturdy dwarven form into the attack. That's a 18. Wait, what? Oh, we got a raid from Brooks. What's up, Brooks? Oh, shit. Thank you for that raid, buddy. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming by to hang out for some D&D. You're about to see fucking Hell's Corp get nuked.
A little new.
So it's an
Just like
18.
little.
18 to hit you, Roteleks. And you take 12 points of slashing damage from the first blow as the axe just carves across where your stomach would have been, almost severing your spine in the middle. And his second blow is going to come in for you. Also an 18 to hit. But you only take 4 more points of slashing damage because you rolled like shit. And he's going to step in and just kind of drive the axe into the torso, realizing there's not really any flesh there, and kind of just like pull it out as it thunks on a rib. And he's going to stare at you.
Ow!
That was his last, like, if he had killed you, he was going to make a run for it, but so you're still up. He kind of just like steps back, looks at you all. Like he looks like he wants to surrender, but there's like something that's kind of preventing him from doing it. It's like maybe a personal code or is just pure honor or something, but he looks pretty resolved to fight to the death at this point. Naked Girthmog, you're up, buddy.
Okay. I'm still on blue.
Yep, go for it.
Okay. This time with cleaver.
Oh yeah, we got the cleaver from the barbarian shove.
Hit.
You're raging, so you're at advantage, aren't you?
Oh, that's right.
Believe it does not actually. The 16 is not quite high enough. But as you swing, your axe or your cleaver hits the armor and it gets past the shield, and it holds up. It is sturdy splint mail, and it is not going to go down easily. You got to hit a 17, by the way.
Wow,
you do it.
okay.
Do you get another attack?
All right, let's do it.
Also at advantage.
Ball sack, dude.
One more time. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The axe is coming in again. He puts the shield up and like steps into it, and your cleaver hits it, and he kind of like pushes forward. And this little tiny dwarf actually manages to make you almost shuffle back a step as he just leans his weight into your blow and tries to just resist it. These guys are not going down without a fight.
+9, dude.
I just yell, Mike Tyson, and I don't know what that means.
Looks at you a little confused, but he's alright with it. Who's up next? Your drow friend, who's still never got introduced to him whatsoever. He's just gonna pull out a short sword at this point. He has his hand crossbow in one hand. He's just gonna draw his short sword and start wailing on the dwarf in front of you. There's, looking on his face, there's like a noticeable hatred there. Like there's something in this drow's eyes. There's some kind of hate towards this individual, and he's going all in on it. And he misses. And he misses. He just kind of like swings in, and the dwarf, in pure desperation, just manages to get the battle axe up, block the first blow, swing it around, and parry the second one, and he's just barely hanging in there. Firegrim.
So you said we noticed that this guy kind of seemed like he almost wanted to surrender, right?
It looks like there was a moment where he was almost like ready to put a hand up, but he just steeled himself and gripped his axe tighter.
So I look at him and I say, "Don't get it confused. You are never getting out of here alive." And then I'm gonna create bonfire under him.
Okay. Okay.
Jesus
All right.
Christ.
Oh my god, dude. They're just burning people alive today.
Oh, that's not much damage.
He rolled a 12. He fails.
I did roll a 1 though, so that's a 2 technically.
So that'll be 6 damage total.
6 damage.
That's enough. This is one HP more than he has. So as you begin conjuring the bonfire, you're like, why is there no bonfire? Why isn't it catching? And then you just look, and inside his armor, you just begin to see this faint flicker of fire as all of a sudden this bonfire just erupts from within his suit of armor, engulfing him head to toe in flames, and he just collapses.
I've never done that before.
And again, the smell of cooking dwarf just begins to fill your nostrils. As this individual, like, almost still trying to fight through it, like, kind of swinging the axe in a last desperate attempt, just collapses to the ground as what little bit of oxygen left in his lungs just burns out.
Holy shit, dude.
This visual of you just casting bonfire under somebody is just cruel.
I don't understand why they allowed this to be a spell. This is fantastic.
Just
I mean,
surprised.
2d6 or whatever, like, really, or 2d8 or whatever it is,
It's
really
supposed to be
isn't that
1d8, but at 5th level or something, you get an extra d8 on your cantrips.
You're burning your slot. Oh, yeah, that's true. Shit.
Now
Yeah.
your cantrips just go up in damage. So it's like, that's a free 2d8, bro.
Dude, you're just okay. I'd like to point out, of the 6 individuals here, 1 is still alive. The other 5 have been burned. Also, your wall of fire dissipates, I believe, because you used
that's
another
gone.
concentration. So there's just a bonfire burning on this dwarf's corpse now, just cooking him.
I'm gonna
He's like-
move over here. I'm gonna look at Blue and I'm gonna say, "You're next."
He just looks, please, anything but that. And he's like holding a wound in his
That's my
chest.
turn.
He's not looking great. He's gonna go.
Evil, by the way.
He's gonna use his disengage action to be able to move without fucking taking attacks of opportunity, and he's gonna
But
use his
I got him by the
25.
neck, don't I?
You didn't grapple him. You just
Oh.
started punching him. He's still got. He can move 25 feet. Okay, you can literally fart that over there. Like, you're good. So he just like turns and starts sprinting down the hallway after where his where the female dwarf was going until she was burnt alive by Firegrim. Just begins making his escape. Roteleks, you're up. Jesus, guys. This is supposed to be a short encounter. You've spent an hour just burning these dudes.
So, in classic and known ways, I'm gonna go right here.
Yep.
I don't know how to move that. That's fine.
You just
I'm
click and
gonna
drag.
I tried that.
You had the ruler selected.
I cast a scorching ray at him.
Oh, so that's 3. Scorching
Oh, so I
rays,
need to roll
3
3.
different rays. You get to reroll 3 different ranged attacks. 1 hits. 2 of them hit. That's more than enough. It's the last kill of the fight. Describe your kill.
I put my hands together. I yell.
And this is how you burn something!
Looking at Firegrim and burn him alive.
Okay, and you notice as these 3 rays just come out of Roteleks' hand. The second one going a little wide of its target, but the first catching him on the shoulder, he begins stumbling as you see the armor begin to just turn bright orange from the heat, and the leather underneath begins to bubble, and then the last ray just hits him square in the back, and the flames just spread over his entire suit of armor, covering him. You see the hair burning off of his skull, and he just collapses onto the ground as the fire just burns away whatever on his body is not made of steel. And you guys stand amongst the charred remains of
Excellent!
of
I'm so
6
glad
dwarves.
that you could kill one of them with fire, at least.
I was trying not to step on your toes.
I respect it, but I like you.
They bonded. It's so cute. So wholesome.
It's torched everybody, and now we're friends. It's great.
I yell, I did it!
Yes,
job,
yes, you
Girthmog.
did, friend.
Good job.
Ah,
The drows just gonna walk past, kind of tap you on the back, Girthmog. Good job, big man.
Can Girthmog have a personal goal to find a club, like a big club?
Yeah. I mean,
Just at some
are
point.
you looking right now?
Just at any moment. I'm just.
Hey, roll me an investigation check. We're looking for some clubs. There are there's a lot of weapons stacked into this pile of rocks.
I don't see so good.
Yeah. Roll an 8. No clubs around that you can see, unfortunately.
Okay.
Can I notice that he's looking around at shit?
You notice he's looking around for something. You're not
What are
sure
you
what.
looking for?
And I take out I show him my cleaver, and I like Cletus, and then I show him my empty hand. I said, "Need Beatus."
Can I, after I hear him say that, can I also investigation?
Yeah, anyone who wants. Yeah, y'all roll.
Oh man.
Roteleks rolls like shit. Come on, Firegrim, it's up. 26. Look at that. Rolls a 19.
Jesus.
Okay. It takes a little bit. You looking around, you gather there was a number of other bodies here based on the amount of, weapons and gear that has been piled into this makeshift barricade. Takes a little bit. Takes some rummaging. Girthmog has to kind of help you move some of the bigger rocks, but you do. In just the pile of gear and rocks and everything that has been left here, you do find a sizable, I'm gonna say a log. No, maybe not a club, but it's definitely like it will count as a great club.
Okay, is it possible I could I don't know.
You want to dual wield a glaive and a great club?
I have never dual wielded in D&D, so I don't know how it works, to be honest. But
I think the cleaver is one hand. I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, no, absolutely. You could.
It is two-handed. I don't know if that changes for me.
It does not. There's still a 10-foot long glaive,
Damn,
which
so
means
I
you
would
have
have to-
10 feet of reach in it too.
That's fair. I don't have to dual wield. I just want to be able to choose.
I will say, you may not be the most intelligent individual, but even you can see the practicality in two weapons, and this cleaver is just a little long for you. So if you wanted, could feasibly break it in half at the shaft and turn it into an axe of some kind, but that's just up to you.
2 cleavers,
Dealer's choice.
both 5 foot long.
But you are effectively now have I'm going to come up with a homebrew item for you for the club.
Okay.
Because it's essentially a log. But for now, look for a one-handed. I'd say just add a warhammer to your inventory, because that is one or two-handed weapon.
Gotcha.
So you have a club and you have the cleaver of the barbarian chef. So, having successfully vanquished your opponents with relative ease, you can continue along. You can take a break. What do you guys feel like doing? Does anyone need to recover from the fight? How y'all looking?
I am not feeling so good. He broke my fucking patella.
Or whatever. I don't know.
My Cossacks.
You see, why don't we just set up in their camp? They had a pretty fortified spot. We can just rest. It's gonna be a couple days journeys anyway, so might as well get
There you go.
might as well
Warhammer.
get some rest.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
You're taking a long rest then.
Yeah.
Okay. In the interest of moving things along, because we're already almost 3 hours in and we still have some shit to get through, I'm just going to say the rest of your watch passes without further incident, being that no one was able to get away and set off any kind of alarm or warning that someone might be, attacking all the dwarves down here. You guys managed to sleep fairly peacefully. You do notice that your elven friend does not really take any rest. He kind of just sits in a corner for 4 hours and looks good as new when he gets up. Seems to be keeping an eye on things, but the rest of the night passes without incident, and the morning, not that you would ever know it down here, comes to you, and you all awaken the following day, having taken a long rest, so you can all hit the long rest button on your sheets.
My glorious spell slots.
In my glorious slots!
Yay!
As you all begin to awaken and get your morning snacks in, kind of enjoy your morning provisions, except Roteleks, who of course does not need to eat. Your drow friend kind of puts his adventurer's pack back on. Alright, so, are we ready to go then?
Ready.
Got places to go. People to kill.
Aye.
Follow me then. Maybe we can, keep things as they've been going. It was pretty impressive watching you lads work, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, did you say they were dwarves?
They were. They're not anymore. They're charred bodies on the ground, mostly, but...
Apparently I do know dwarvish.
You do know Dwarvish.
Are we the kind of loot? Do we
Okay.
loot?
It's up to you. There is still some gear left on their persons that has not been burned.
I wouldn't
but
have heard anything.
I innately,
you would have, actually.
as Firegrim's very curious about shit, so he would just look around a lot. He
Roll me
digs
an
into
investigation
shit,
check. Go ahead.
So I'll give that one to him.
Yeah, Roteleks, you would have picked up a couple things, being that you actually understand the language they're speaking. You would have picked up a couple details mentioning a resistance forming, a possible stronghold of some kind deeper in the Underdark. No specific locations, but it seems that these may not be the only dwarves wandering around down here.
I would like to relay this
I would assume, yeah. The drow, as you kind of tell him that, he's kind of like, well, to be honest with you, we didn't exactly clear them all out. They kind of scurried away into the darkness like cockroaches. They tend to do that.
By the way, are we making any attempts to preserve this meat?
Are you talking to me? It's not really my area of
I'm
expertise.
talking to the other two.
Very burnt. I don't know if it's worth preserving.
Yeah, I'm asking Firegrim, like, too burnt?
It's very burnt.
You go over to try to, like, check out a piece. You, like, grab a bone and, like, snap it off. And, like, there's still some meat on it. And you hold it up and it just falls to ash on the ground.
It did seem a little burnt.
Yeah, you guys, you didn't just fucking kill these guys. You cooked them. Like, there's no other way to put it. You conjured a wall of fire, a circle of fire in a 10-foot space, and boiled those people alive.
My ingredients.
For future reference, let's try not to do that to the big thing.
Yes, I'll refrain from cooking the thing on the spot.
Fire hurt it, but didn't do as much damage as we were hoping. Got very thick armor.
Interesting.
It is armor.
Armor.
Oh, it's like
in
an
a sense.
exoskeleton.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it is fucking big.
Phew. Okay.
You think we could persuade it to come with us?
I'm not particularly good with animals. I can't speak for you lot, but it's not really my expertise. I just shoot things from the shadows.
This guy seems like an animal.
I don't disagree with you.
I pointed at Girthmog.
I ask, bigger than me? And then I, like, sneakily go up on my tippy toes.
I would be honest with you. I had one of your kind in my group. Swallowed them all. One bite.
My fucking dick just starts pissing on the ground.
Oh. Could you not? All right. Give me a second. He's gonna go rummage around, look for some bodies, and he's gonna like just start tearing off cloth and shit. Kind of ties it all together and hands it back to you as like a makeshift loincloth, and he's very Very
God damn.
trying to avoid the girth cock. That's too much.
I take it. I wipe the head of my dick off. I throw it on the ground and say thanks.
You're welcome. How much was I getting paid for this again?
And then I point to the dead bodies and I go, the treasure of the Underdark. This is what you get.
Fuck you. I still get that 20 gold, right, mate?
Yeah.
How about you pay up half now? Just in case. And he puts his hand out to you, Roteleks.
Yeah, I got him.
Now that you know that we're capable, why don't you just help us kill it?
Let's do it.
Hellscorp did screenception, what the fuck? Dude! No! Oh god! We've entered the Matrix!
What is happening? How did this happen? How did this happen?
Oh wait, this is
it was back there.
Apparently I have a hotkey that I didn't realize that.
Damn, dude, self promo. Not cool.
I'm sorry.
Oh god. Okay, I'm good. I'm back.
Okay, I was typing out how much gold I had left, and I didn't realize what happened.
Jesus Christ. I hope everyone else is having as much fun as we are. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. This is the most chaotic D&D game I have ever run in my life. Oh
Really
my
haven't
god.
played many with me, then.
I haven't. I can't wait. Fuck. Okay. So the following morning, your drow companion, hasn't really spoke to you guys much beyond that. Just slings his bag up, takes the 10 gold Roteleks gave him, and puts it into a, rather large coin purse. So that you hear he's actually got a decent amount of coin in it. You're not sure how much, but and he just begins leading his way down the left cavern where you saw the lady or the female dwarf trying to run before she was promptly incinerated by Firegrim. And he just begins leading the way down there.
As we walk by the charred part of her, I just go and shake my finger at her. No.
My attempt was to get that one that was standing in like the doorway to just turn around and shoot his friend with a crossbow.
That would be great. The Crown of Madness would have worked good. Okay, so he rolls all right on his survival check. That's good. So a little more briskly moving than he was the day before. It seems like he's a little more familiar with this particular part of the caverns. Leads you for another, probably, depending on how long you want to go without breaks, another 5 or 6 hours of travel into the Underdark. You reach, when I said about 2 days, I meant like 2 full days of travel, so about 8 hours each. And he begins kind of walking more cautiously. At a certain point, you see the tunnels begin to widen up, and you actually notice at this point, I'd say anyone who has a passive over 13, which I figure you all have for the most part, except maybe Girthmog.
Yeah.
Perception?
Passive perception. It'll be on your sheet somewhere. It's like 10 plus your perception.
Actually, no, I don't have a 13.
Oh wow,
I
you
don't
guys
think
suck.
I'm gonna have a 13 either.
Y'all don't see shit. So your leader, the guy effectively leading you through the Underdark
Yeah,
here, begins pointing to things on the wall. Now you can see here, this was made by that thing. This is where it digs. And he's like pointing, and you see now there's like very noticeable kind of scarring in the walls where it looks like something is forcibly burrowed through. It's not very quick. This probably took it days to do, but it is capable of digging. Be aware of that.
Huh? Jesus. Okay, so I guess we should. Okay, I'll say. Notice manhole versus. No, or I guess dwarf hole versus no dwarf hole. Like, will we notice?
This wasn't a dwarf. I can tell you that much.
Okay. So at least we'll know where to go. We'll just choose the holes that look like a fucking bug destroyed them.
Yeah. At certain point, he starts kind of losing his way as like it appears there's more and more tunnels progressing as you move through. Eventually, you do, however, make your way into what appears to be a fairly wide open cavern. I am going to switch over our map one more time. Yay, we're over here now.
I'm scared.
Oh, you're good. So, you come in at the top over here on that map I just pulled up, kind of coming in from the top right cavern there. And as you enter, you see in front of you what appears to just be a massive underground kind of cave, like huge. You hear the sound of rushing water kind of flowing somewhere beneath. Dark vision 60 feet, you wouldn't see the bottom, but you are standing on top of a cliff overlooking essentially total darkness. You hear water brushing beneath, and then just faintly along the edges of the cavern, down very far below, you do see just little speckles of this bright pink kind of reddish light emanating from what appears to be some plants of some kind. I would say anyone who wants to can roll me a nature check. I'll say Girthmog, since you're a cook, roll at advantage, as you're familiar with the ingredients and herbs.
My first good roll. Are you kidding me?
Never seen it.
Guess not. Roteleks, you're familiar. This is Deathbloom. It's a very familiar plant to you. Commonly used in poisons and other elements of that sort. So this is it's a very common plant that you find in the Underdark, at least in my universe. You know, the ones that are glowing are ones that have reached and possibly surpassed maturity, whereas the ones that have not reached that stage yet are probably less potent. With that roll, which was surprisingly good for you, you would know that the ones that glow are generally the ones people try to harvest, because it makes for a very potent poison when diluted the right way. Alternatively, some people have been known to mix very small amounts into different alcohols to kind of create like novelty drinks and stuff that have a little bit of an extra kick. You know, if you take enough, but not enough that you die from it, you do tend to have some fairly vivid hallucinations. You know, these plants have a little bit of a self-defense mechanism in that if someone tries to harvest them and does so improperly, you get say a nasty surprise from the plants.
Well, can I try to use my poisoner's kit to harvest some of them?
It is down in the canyon, in the pits, or far below you.
There. Gotcha.
I mean, you can, technically. You have slippers.
Oh, yeah, good.
But, I would say the plant's probably about 150 feet down. It's quite a drop. You don't see the areas around it as it's shrouded in almost total darkness, even with your dark vision, but you do see that on the bits of dry land that appear to be down there, there are these plants growing in quite abundance. Do you relay this information to the party?
No, I can't imagine I would.
Can I appear curious, like, you know, someone like bestow knowledge upon me?
I notice the flowers. I just don't know what they are. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You all see them. It's like the single source of light in this very dark.
So I look
place.
back to the drow and I'll say, "So is that? Are these the flowers you were mentioning?"
Yes.
I cast Mage on him as soon as he says yes.
That's them. I mean, they're not going to attack you, as you see.
You said that thing was near.
The thing is near. I don't know if it's here per se, but well.
Well, I'd rather be armored.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. He notices Roteleks kind of looking at the plants with interest.
With greed.
Yeah, with greed in his eye sockets. If you're thinking of going down there and grabbing some, I recommend you be very careful. They got a pretty nasty kick if you're not careful. That's what we make all of our poison out of.
I've dealt with them on time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I hold up some garlic and I say, first we eat. Should we have a short rest? I'm fucking half health.
Oh, you guys got a long rest. Your health should be
rested.
at full.
Oh, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be full
Um,
now.
Can we still eat? And because I have these chef buffs from eating.
Yeah, you could have ate
Okay.
at the long rest too for breakfast or whatever.
Okay. And if that is the case, at the end of I'll actually just put this in the chat.
Oh man,
Yeah.
as part of a short rest, you can cook special food. I will say you can also do that as part of your long rest. I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to. How long does it last? Holy shit. 8 hours. Yeah, so if like I could just say you can essentially say you made them a breakfast that'll last the whole day, but if you want a short rest now, that is also feasible.
Gotcha. So in this scenario, you don't actually gain max HP. It would be a heal in a sense. I'm reading
At
that
the
now.
end of the short rest, any creature who eats the food and spends 1 or more hit dice to regain hit points. So if you used a hit dice on the short rest, you regain an extra 1d8. So you're good for now. That would
Gotcha.
not affect anything. But
Right.
what other bonuses do they give you? Oh, increases con or wisdom by 1. Shit. That's cool. Okay, so everyone can take a bonus of 1 to their constitution or wisdom scores. Just remember that if we're rolling anything.
Well, isn't that? Well, never mind.
Yeah. So everyone gets a +1. That's actually really clutch. I'm glad you took the cook feat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've never done a chef character before.
Yeah, dude. Girthmog the Thicness, boy. Yeah, so you got choose between wisdom or con, and you guys get a bonus of 1 to it.
All right.
All right. So, why is that doing that now? That's weird. I'm gonna refresh Roll20 real quick. This is doing stuff on my end. There we go. We're good. So, what's the game plan? What do you guys want to do? You can continue on with your journey and move on to the boss fight or the creature you're hunting, or we can do something about these blossoms. It's your choice.
I'd like to try to climb down and get some.
You could feasibly very easily climb down there. It'd take you a couple minutes, but you do have the ability to do so. What about the rest of the party?
I want to ask Roteleks. I'm like ingredients.
Not,
No.
not for you, big guy.
Well, then I would say Girthmog is disinterested. I am more about.
Unless you're trying to kill your patrons, this is not particularly the plan for you.
I mean, it
And how
depends
much-
on what they do.
Depends on how much you give them, really. Little bit just adds a little, little extra kick.
So it
I pull the
makes
drow
things
to the side.
fun.
Are you sure you should be telling that to put just a little in there of anything?
You think I'm stupid enough to go over to his restaurant, eat his food, after everything I've seen today?
I'm just saying, I don't trust them. Their fucking health and safety
I'm-
to the last bit of my fucking face.
I mean, you're the one who paid me, so I trust you. If you don't want me to tell him, I'll keep it to myself then.
Yeah,
It's all
yes,
right.
please.
Okay, sorry,
gonna
I
try
didn't
to-
realize we had that kind of relationship, but it's all right.
Kiss, kiss.
Mm.
Maybe
You don't have
maybe
you don't have lips.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I can do other things. No.
You ever had just all toothy blowjob?
The fact that I also don't have a tongue probably doesn't help out that much.
Nope, not at all.
I said
That's-
all toothy.
All toothy. No,
So-
I want to try to climb down.
Okay. Go ahead. It's fairly easy with as you kind of step up to the edge of the cliff, you kind of click your heels together, and you see the slippers of spider walking begin to glow ever so slightly.
Before I do,
Mm-hmm.
I want to drive one of those spikes into the side of the wall.
A piton?
Yeah, a piton,
Yeah, sure.
and just like run a rope in case one of them has to get down there.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. Takes a couple extra minutes.
I'm putting this rope here in case you have to come down after me.
Okay. So you begin walking down the wall with no effort whatsoever. There's not even a roll with those slippers on. You just find the dry spots anywhere that isn't slick with moss or like any kind of plant growth, and make your way successfully down. We'll say you're hitting up this patch first. You can't really see the one over here. You do see a faint pink glow coming from behind those cliffs over there. But you make your way down to this patch where you do see 2 sets of the flowers do appear to be matured and are currently just giving off this ever faint kind of bioluminescent glow. Very bright.
I'd like to take a look around me and make sure there's nothing down here.
Some bones.
Fair enough.
Couple. They look like animal bones. They do not look like people per se, but looks like maybe a couple things have come up here and been on the receiving end of something and didn't fare so well afterwards.
I'd like to harvest some.
Okay. So, are you proficient in nature or survival? You do have a poisoner's kit, which will help.
No, but I do have a poisoner's kit.
And you are proficient in the poisoner's kit, correct?
I am, yeah.
Okay. So you're using that because it does come with the ability to harvest things to make poisons with. I'm going to have you roll me a dexterity check, adding your proficiency bonus with the poisoner's tools.
Which would be
3. So just roll a dex check and add 3 to it. I think it's 3 at level 8. I believe we went over that.
try to do anything, man. It's 8.
Okay.
Try to do anything.
So you all kind of watch this too. You see Roteleks just disappear into the shadow, and then you see a figure kind of moving around the flowers below, and you're keeping an eye on him. And you notice this figure go over to one of these glowing flowers and begin fiddling around on it. It doesn't really do anything at first, and it seems like he's having a little trouble, maybe like prying it off. So he pulls out like what appears to be a pair of like pruning shears, almost like a little pair of scissors, and leans in real close to like get a good cut on one. And as he does, you all see this poof, a cloud of pink effervescent bioluminescent spores just poof into the air around Roteleks. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. +1? Is that how that works?
Yeah, you have a bonus of 1, so you make a 21. You actually succeed. Oh, wow, that's great. You also don't have lungs, so...
Yeah.
It helps. We toe the line on, like, the realism there. So as you're kind of leaning in, this kind of goes off in your face. You're taken aback for a second. And while the full effects do not hit you, which, by the way, would lead to you being incapacitated for the next hour, just utterly and completely acid trip of your life. However, this time as it goes off, you manage to resist the effects, but you're standing there and, like, you try to focus, and you see just weird bits of color kind of creeping in from the side of your visions. Things start to distort a little. You may have succeeded, so you're not stunned or incapacitated by it, but you are high as fuck right now. Like, you are flying, dude. This is like Burning Man, just full on like Woodstock. Like you're definitely feeling lysergic acid. Nice. Yeah. And you all notice as Roteleks kind of just stands there, looking around. He's still moving. He's still capable of motion. He's definitely seems to be a little lost in his own world. And you notice, while this plant is still glowing from certain parts, that particular side he was working on has dimmed. You have a couple more opportunities to harvest this correctly, but it will start to get harder to resist.
Okay.
It's up to you. What is the party? Does the party want to do it? Like, you're watching this happen now. Roteleks is kind of just standing there, like, trying to grab shit that isn't there.
I asked, what are you doing?
You're 100 feet away from me, right?
Yeah, I mean, you probably hear him. Girthmog's got a loud voice.
Who said that?
You hear the drow pop up behind you. He'll be all right in a couple minutes. He's just he's having the time of his life right now.
God, is that you?
Oh, he's okay. I mean, he's having a bad time, perhaps. He's gonna lean into Girthmog. You know he's lying to you when he said people don't use that to cook with, right?
I'm already halfway down. I'm
climbing down the rope. Okay, so Girthmog's like 300-pound form is climbing down a rope attached to a single piton in the wall. I'm gonna need to ask Roteleks here. How hard did you drive that piton in?
I would assume I would have thought about the fact that one of the people walking down it would have been super
Girthmog.
huge.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna say roll me a strength. Just a straight up strength check.
Me?
Yep. Or you could let
Alright.
Girthmog have done it earlier. Okay, that's pretty good. You gather it's in there pretty deep. Girthmog, even with your slightly diminished intelligence, you kind of pull on the rope. You're smart enough to make sure this is secure, and it looks okay. And you kind of just grab on and put your 2 feet on the wall and begin like shimmying down the rope, 1 foot, just hand over hand or hand under hand, I guess. Eventually, safely making your way to. Actually, no, it would be a roll. So go ahead and roll me an athletics check at advantage because you have the guide rope. 15 is enough. It starts to kind of give at one point, and you're worried you're about to fall, and then you just slowly take a couple more steps down the wall, and you find solid feet or solid ground beneath your feet.
Okay.
I look down. I say, "You forgot me up here." Because the only way I travel via mountain or climbing is on the back.
Is
of
on Girthmog's back. That's true.
Oops, and then I run over to the the foliage.
Oops. Peace out. All right. What are you doing at the foliage? Roteleks is just standing there, like he notices. Like Roteleks, you see. There you go.
I'm making a bouquet.
Okay, so you're just gonna try to harvest some.
I'm just
Straight
trying. I'm grabbing them like they're bubbles.
Okay, so you're just picking flowers off of this.
Yeah.
I would say roll me a nature or survival check at disadvantage because you're not even being remotely careful about
This
this.
is an intelligence skill, so I'm naturally at a disadvantage here.
We're going 8. Yeah, even the 11 wouldn't have been enough. You just like Roteleks, as you're kind of like it takes Girthmog about 5-10 minutes to get down that rope if he wants to do it safe. I don't know how long I'm gonna say about 5. So you feel things start to dissipate. You're like that lingering tingling sensation is gonna be chilling in your phalanges for a little while, but for the most part you seem to be coming down. And as you're kind of regaining focus, you see the Girthmog just reach out a giant Goliath hand and just fucking mittful of this plant and just yank it right off the vine. As you do, you just larger than the cloud you had fucking activated by trying to pick one. This huge hand just tears through the plant and just, there's this massive cloud as several of these plants. So I'm sorry, dude. Like he just said he's grabbing the whole fucking thing. That's like 4 different plants going off at once. So I need a Constitution save from Girthmog, and I need a Constitution save from Roteleks at disadvantage, please. Doesn't matter, you failed.
Good.
Girthmog
Oh
also
no!
fails. Yay!
Oh no!
Oh god, you both suck. Firegrim, you're watching this. You see Girthmog just reach down, and poof, you see this cloud poof, into the air. It's slowly just beginning to fall. You hear the drow behind you. Oh fuck.
Oh,
We
shit.
might be here a while, man. And Girthmog and Roteleks.
Oh no!
Roteleks, you thought you're fine. You're like, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm accustomed to it. And you think you're all right. And then you look over at Girthmog, and where there should be face is just skin. There's no details to the face. And then it starts melting. And Girthmog, you look at fucking Roteleks, and where there was once no skin, no face whatsoever, there is now just the image of a beautiful, beautiful, handsome man. Just a perfectly shaven beard, like perfectly manicured, meticulously cared for. And then that too begins to melt away as just colors begin to filter in from the sides of your vision like kaleidoscopes. And the two of you essentially just sit down, cross your legs, and sit on the cold stone, mossy floor as just this wave of color and light and changing shapes and people and images just begin to flash past your eyes at an overwhelming pace.
I was really hoping that Girthmog would look at me with skin, and I would look at Girthmog with no skin, and we just look at each other and say, "You're beautiful."
Sorry. Girthmog just has no features, alright? whereas you have many. And then those two dissipate. You're the two of you are sitting there together in this effectively what is a hippie circle, tripping balls. And the Drow's just standing next to you, Firegrim. They're
So, do we go down there?
I'm not fucking going down there. Are you crazy?
They seem like they're having a great time.
I'm sure they're having the time of their lives. I've been on the receiving end of that plant myself. It's not pleasant. I'm gonna hang out up here, where it's spore-free. If you want to go down there, I'm not gonna stop you. I'll just slink into the shadows up here.
I sit down.
Good idea. And he's just gonna sit, put his back against the stone wall, pull out a little pipe, and just start kind of smoking on it. Just very simple. Looks to be dwarven in make. He's just kind of smoking on a stone pipe.
Need a light?
He just leans forward.
I just light it for him.
Useful.
I create bonfire control flames to it.
As his face singes up. Yeah, he just kind of begins smoking. Based on my experience, that lasts for about an hour, maybe more.
Well, fuck.
Jesus. God damn.
Hopefully no worm comes by, right?
He just sips this drink. God damn.
Yeah, he just pulls out a flask, like screws it back up. He offers it to Firegrim first.
I'm alright, I don't drink.
That's surprising, based on what I've seen today. And he's gonna just put it back in his pocket.
Although, maybe I could become a fire breather.
Kind of smells his booze. Give it a try.
I want to try to fire breathe, I guess.
Yeah. So sure. How are you gonna do your fire breath?
Okay, so because control flames needs a fire, I'll create bonfire. I'll use that bonfire to control flames into my hand, and then I'll drink the alcohol and I'll just out of my hand.
Okay. It definitely catches. Like, it is a very strong liquor. Extremely. Like, this is probably like moonshine levels of strong.
Shit.
It's some kind of, it's not an alcohol you would have ever tasted. It's definitely not a whiskey. It's not made from wheat. Something's weird about it. Some kind of Underdark brew. It tastes pretty good, all things considered. And as you, I need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw, please. Because breathing fire is very difficult to do. Okay, you do pretty good. You blow this huge ball of fire out, and manage to avoid singeing off your eyebrows too bad. And the Drow's like, I didn't honestly think that was gonna work. Not bad.
Neither did I.
No any more good tricks. We're gonna be here in a minute. While this is going on, Girthmog and Roteleks, you look up above as this massive eruption of light and fire and rainbows. And as you're looking, it looked like it was small at first, and then this light and fire begins to spread and just weave across the ceiling and begin making all these intricate and strange patterns, kind of like when you move a flashlight or a glow stick really fast on a fucking video. And it's like got kind of this lingering lighting effect.
Is that God?
I'm asking that to Girthmog. Is that God?
I hope so.
As we're sitting down there, because he asked me if there's any parlor tricks I have, I'm gonna just use control flames on the create bonfire to just start making fucking shapes and like dragons.
Roll me a performance check, please.
Fire.
Please roll me a performance check. Oh my god. Beautiful.
15.
Beautiful. Yeah, you make a dazzling, like, Disney fireworks level light
This
show
motherfucker's
for the two down
Dumbledore,
there.
dude.
Yeah. Yeah, straight up, dude. And the two of you have literally the trip of your lives as you're just sitting there watching these this fireworks go off, all the different beautiful light shows, the different twinkling lights. The Drow even seems, honestly, pretty entertained by the whole thing. Starts kind of making some shadow puppets on the wall behind him just to entertain himself a little bit. Like, there's the dog, there's the other dog. And you guys pass the hour, I guess. You do not see any signs of a worm. You gather it's probably going to avoid the massive cliff sides and rushing water and poison acid trip flowers below. However, your trip does begin to wear off, and the two of you, while still feeling the lingering effects of this plant begin to regain your senses after about an hour.
I gotta say that, like, image-wise, this is maybe the most beautiful moment of D&D I've ever
Yep.
played.
Same.
Like, just imagining this, I'm like,
Yeah.
this is maybe the most beautiful. Like,
That's
just
flattering.
the whole thing is.
I'm very glad to hear that. I'm gonna
That's
highlight
hilarious.
this whole fucking section. Don't you worry.
That's
Oh my
amazing.
god.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're feeling pretty shitty. Like you're definitely feeling pretty strung out at this point. You're not going to be at disadvantage for any kind of combat or anything like that. But like you're feeling a little sluggish.
Okay. No, nothing changes though statistically.
Nope. No, you're fine.
Okay.
You just had an hour-long acid trip. You gather if you could find a way to harness these spores and use them in a combat scenario, that shit could be devastating. And as you know, the Drow did say this is the same stuff they use to make the poisons that they put on their stuff. Because in high concentrations, higher than the one you guys got, like in the bloodstream, it will kill you.
I
Are there
looked at
any
the
more near
drow.
us?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, are there any more near us?
Yeah,
While we're,
there's
like, coming out of this.
So you would have completely destroyed this plant. There's one more that appears to be matured here, and you did see a little bit of a faint purple glow coming from over that side as well.
I will give it one more try.
My god.
While this is happening, I look at the drow
But
Yep.
and I say, "Go ahead."
Oh, sorry.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
JT first.
And I just asked the drow, "Do you think the creature would just sit there like that for an hour if we just fed him this shit?
I'm not sure that's how it works.
That'd be really fucking convenient."
It would. That being said, you'd need an awful lot of it to affect a creature that big.
Well, they already fucking destroyed half of it.
Yeah, no, they did. To be honest with you, I'm surprised they're alive.
Can I have like a
Okay.
moment of like? Oh wait, Hells was gonna say something.
Yeah, Hells, what do you got going on?
All I was gonna say was I was gonna kind of like gesture to Girthmog and say, "I want to go check out that one over there." The one behind the cliff.
Okay, and then I pull out my cleaver and I'm like, weapon, and like I want to coat the weapon. Like, mortar and
Yeah,
pestle.
Okay, so that
Can
would
do,
be...
big guy.
Yeah, that's the poisoner's kit thing. So we're gonna harvest one more of the plants. So the only one that's in your reach is the one down here. This is all surrounded by rushing water that looks quite deep.
From handling it, do we get the idea that if we handle it gently enough, it won't?
Yep,
poke poof
definitely.
and- Okay.
Yeah, so Hells, go ahead and roll me another poisoner's kit check with advantage, because now you are quite familiar how to avoid triggering this plant.
Right. All right. So it's
Please
you
roll
said it was
low.
a dex with plus 3.
Dex with your +3. Natural 20.
Yeah. So that's nat
It
20.
would be 25 total then, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you managed to just... And the key is, you kind of realize it reacts to touch. So as you kind of like go to snip it, you kind of just hold your like mortar and pestle bowl right underneath it and snip it, and it falls right in. No sweat. Seems like these plants react to something touching them beyond, you know, mundane objects. And you managed to harvest, I'd say, a good amount, at least enough to coat Girthmog's weapon with, and probably keep a little for yourself.
Cool.
Good roll.
Okay.
You got lucky. So
Yes.
it will take you a bit of time as you kind of pull out the poisoner's kit and sit there and just begin mortar and pestling this into not a powder. It's quite a damp, so it's almost like a slime. Not quite. It's kind of got like it's damp but not sopping wet. It's kind of a paste, and you smear some of it on the cleaver that Girthmog is holding out in front of you. Looks like you've got yourself a fairly poisoned weapon. I'll say you can get. Roll me a d4.
Okay.
It's gonna add 1 to it. So you get 2 attacks because it's plus. You get a +1. So it's gonna be 2 attacks you can make with it, where they have to roll to resist the effects. So your next 2 attacks with that weapon. Remember that. And it'll be a con save of 15.
Gotcha.
Cool. All right. What would we like to do?
I guess we go back up.
Do we notice, are there any caves down here? Is this a dead end?
Does not appear to be a cave. When you were at the top, you could make out an exit over here and an exit over there. But where you are now, it looks like there's just water running through. There are like a cave on either end where the underground river appears to be running through, but not really anywhere that's particularly accessible. It would be possible if you feel like swimming, I guess. Alternatively, your best bet is to try and climb back up, it would seem.
Yeah. All right, that's it then.
Okay.
I'll go back up first and make sure the pitton is still in there.
Okay. Roll me
You're big boy.
athletics check at advantage. You are scaling a 150-foot cliff on a rope.
Me?
Yep.
Why would I use my rope?
Oh, you have climbing. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I just
Back
mean I'm
up to
gonna
top.
go up there and check the
it's
actual pitton.
Go ahead, and I'm going to say it's still fairly sturdy. You rolled high enough on your first roll to secure it in nicely. Girthmog, it's up to you to climb. Athletics check at advantage, please. Easy.
Oops, 18 of them.
The 27 will fucking do
I
it.
swear I clicked it twice.
Almost at a certain point, like you're using the rope, and then you realize that, like looking around, you just start grabbing cliffs. You have the rope as a safety net if you need it, but you just start scaling the cliff. Almost as good as Roteleks did.
That's what he did the last time.
Oh, I remember.
Yep, and you find yourself back on the top, and the drow's just looking at you. You lads have fun, then?
It was enlightening.
I can imagine.
Day of my life.
You see that fucking fire dragon? It was crazy.
No, but we saw God.
We met God.
Same thing.
In my experience, dragon, god, about the same, really. So shall we carry on then with no further interruptions?
Yes, sure.
I make no promises.
I say
We
we
did
just
get-
like do whatever you feel like, man.
Oh no, it's permanently addled Girthmog's brain.
I think he was
Like,
like,
now.
pretty sure he was like that before, man. Anyway, with me then. And he's gonna just like sling up a shit, and he kind of leads you along this very narrow pathway that weaves along the top of this cliffside over the waters below. You do now have your death bloom. Couple, I will say, Roteleks, you keep 3 charges for yourself on top of what you have smeared onto Girthmog's weapon. Hippie Girthmog is now a thing.
I never thought we would be at
Tripping
this
balls
point.
in D&D, yeah.
Does my cleaver glow at all?
Very faintly, yeah. There's kind
Is
of
it,
like a...
decent enough, like a mild torch?
You probably get 5 feet of light off of it.
Okay.
As you kind of just like walk with it out in front of you. I'm kind of clearing it. You make your way down the tunnel, which you can now see even more of that kind of scarring in the walls where it looked like something burrowed here. And with this cavern was made by a creature of some kind. However, as you're kind of approaching and making your way to the end of this tunnel, you notice your drow friend begin to slow his pace. And kind of, at a certain point, stops. This is as far as I'm taking you.
That's so sad.
You told me to take you halfway. I already did that. And then some. Frankly, I'd thought to leave you at the flowers, but I don't know. You're a funny
The
bunch.
journey was fucking great, right?
More entertaining than I thought it'd be. I'll give you that.
Don't you want to be part of this? Like,
Well,
if we slay this beast, wouldn't you want your name in there for glory?
He just points at like the just nasty acid burn on his face where part of his hair has been burned away, leaving just a bubbled, blistered fucking face and scalp. I think I'm
And
good.
Bye bye.
I
I'm
think
just
I'm
saying,
good. No, I'm all right.
revenge is a really great dish.
Nope.
Here is your 10 gold.
I appreciate you. Thanks very much. If you'd
Thank you
like,
for the guide.
I can wait around here, and if you happen to make it out, I will show you the way back.
Hooray!
But I'm not fighting that thing again.
Ah, that's fine. We'll kill it.
All right.
Eh, I still have my doubts, but
It's so hard to do the voice at the same time as the Firegrim.
Yep.
It's so hard. It's why I keep dropping it. It's so incredibly hard. I keep just going Firegrim.
It's fine. I'ma sit tight here. You lot. Good luck. He's gonna pat Girthmog on the bicep a little bit, and just kind of begins backing away into the shadows and stealth.
So
rolls a 24 stealth. So at a certain point, he just hits the shadows and then vanishes into them.
When we pass by that second, we're like working our way along the outside edge.
Yeah, it's another 150 feet down.
Well, when we pass it though, can I like try to take a look down there?
Sure.
At it.
Yeah.
Just to see if it would be easy to get to.
Oh, yeah, so you could climb down the cliff here, but you have about 20 feet of rushing water between you and that dry spot. And it's moving pretty quick. Alternatively, you could make the jump over to this, which is about a 5-foot chasm, but it's down about 10-15 feet. So it's a pretty sizable jump. It is reachable. Roll me a perception check, please. Just real quick.
Okay. Doing it. Probably not the best one to do it, but doing it.
Yeah, you don't notice much.
Mm-hmm.
There's a single plant down there. That's about it.
All right.
Okay, so moving on.
Nobody sees a way to get down there, do you?
The
magic grease.
If there's some down there, I'll look.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll me a perception.
I'll look, I guess.
Yeah, no, give her.
Yeah, I don't see shit. Yeah.
Yep. No, you don't see it. You
Nah,
see
it's all dark. I can't see.
Yeah. There's like one little tiny bit of glowing light. Other than that, nothing.
What
is that it? Why don't you just go?
Because we could really use more. I feel like we could use more.
Would it be possible for me to like throw a fire orb or get Firegrim to throw like a fire orb down there?
Yeah.
Make it a little easier to see?
That's up to Firegrim.
I mean, I do have Firebolt if needed.
That'll do it.
It's got 120 feet of range. So.
Wouldn't quite make it all the way. About 150 feet drop.
It would be a lot of fire.
Illuminate it. I mean, it's a firebolt. It's like a...
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that could light it up down there a little, Firegrim?
You notice a giant fucking ball appear in his hand of fire. And he says, I could throw this.
That works.
Fireball.
You're okay? You're gonna waste a spell? All right, you fireball it. You throw a fireball down. And as the fireball is descending, you see down there a body that has been appeared seemingly long dead as the vines have just begun to grow over and into the body. And as the fireball goes down, it hits the ground and this massive
cast that at 4th level. I meant to do that at 3rd.
Yeah, but 3rd level's fine. You can fix that. The fireball goes, and as the light from the flame fades, so too does the light from the plant that has now been just utterly incinerated.
No!
Along with everything else down there.
I mean, who would have thought, right?
Never mind.
All right. Moving things along. We're almost at 4 hours, so we're going to try to speed this up. We move to the final room of our adventure. As you guys begin to make your way, are we being stealthy? What's the plan here? You don't hear anything.
I don't think that's ever
from
gone
ahead.
well for us.
Nope. It's up to you, though.
You guys want to try to be sneaky?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, all you go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Roteleks coming in high. Collectively, though, that's 2 successes and 1 just shockingly average stealth. So between the lot of you, with the 2 19s, you begin stealthing along, and Girthmog begins trying to copy your movements a little bit and like take some pointers from how you're doing it. But you notice his footfalls are just quite loud because he's a big boy. And between the two of you, you manage to like quiet him down, get him to move a little slower, and collectively the group manages to stealth fairly well as far as you can tell.
All right.
And you make your way. You can all drag your minis onto the left cavern or the left tunnel coming into this cavern. Boop. There you go.
Oh no. Oh
What?
no. I don't like that there's 3 holes. That's what he said.
Okay, that's the best I can do in terms of like. No, it needs to be bigger. There we go. It's supposed to cover like 3 squares. Its whole body. I'm gonna count that. That's good enough. Y'all don't really see that though. However, as you kind of begin making your way into this chamber, you look around and you see on the ceiling above you a number of stalactites just kind of hanging. Some places where it looks like other ones have fallen, some stalagmites growing out of the ground around you that have collected over the years, possibly offering some cover. With your dark vision, you do see 3 spots in the floor that look like the ground just kind of vanishes and just plummets down into nothingness. There you can't really get a clear view as to what's in the holes. I would like everyone to roll me a perception check, please.
Oh, not bad.
Okay, so everyone who rolled above a 16 or 16 or higher, which is Firegrim and Roteleks. As you kind of make your way into the chamber, you try to gain your bearings, figure out exactly what's going on. You look around, and at kind of the entrance to where these tunnels or caverns in the ground begin, you notice what appears to be clusters of eggs. Very insectoid. Almost not quite spider-like, but very insect-like clusters of eggs grouped around the entrance to at least 2 of these. Have a little bit of trouble making out the third. Firegrim with the 18. In the very back of the chamber where I put this giant centipede over here, you do see a very large object, coiled almost like a snake. Not quite. More insectoid. There's what little bit of like vision you see just a light shimmer off this kind of chitinous exterior exoskeleton on this creature, and it doesn't appear to be moving at the time being. It is perfectly still, almost like if it's lying in wait. It doesn't seem to have noticed you all yet, and you don't really pick up any movement from it whatsoever, but you certainly know there is a creature of some kind behind that. You can just barely make out like the kind of shimmer of a hard exoskeleton.
I kind of pointed out to him. I think that's where it is.
I mean, how fucking we can't see shit, right?
You have dark vision.
Right,
all
but
of
it's
you,
not
right?
amazing. So
No, it's 60 feet. You're essentially looking through like an old CCTV security camera. It's just shades of black and gray. You're not making out a lot of detail. That was a very good perception check for down here.
Nervous. What do you guys think?
I say we take some of the eggs and leave. We'll be able to make our own dishes.
How long do you reckon it takes for one of them to grow?
Have you never heard of an omelet?
I don't think bug eggs work like that.
I don't either. I'm not sure though. I mean, who knows?
I mean, we can try it. We've never done it before.
I mean, I'm just saying, this man got all eaten up. Well, that dude. We don't have to get eaten up. Look at how many eggs there are.
Ingredients?
The eggs could be, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if the big thing has...
We don't
I
even
don't know what
if
it
the big
tastes
has
like.
meat.
Based on the beetles and stuff Girthmog's been eating,
Squish kebab?
yeah, this is one big squish kebab. Really big squish kebab. Really big.
Or
Like you're trying to get an eye on where it begins and ends, but it is just a coiled body of hard chitinous armor.
This is okay.
Yeah, see, I just put it right in front of you. It's right there. It's just feel the anxiety.
What is this range?
7 feet. There are several tall stalagmites in that area. It won't affect you because you have spell sniper, but everyone else, it does appear like this creature is mostly in cover.
I'm thinking, okay, so it's curled up, right?
Yeah, it's literally just coiled. You can't tell where the body ends or begins. You don't see a head.
Can I
you
get
don't
like
see a
a
tail.
diameter of it, kind of like an idea of how
Okay.
much diameter space it's
Yeah.
taking?
So in terms of actual monster size in D&D, it would be 1 second. I'm gonna draw you a square. It covers that whole area. Its whole body just coiled in that space. You have no idea how long this thing might be, but its body fills that whole space. The only reason it's a little bigger in terms of it looks cooler than that. So I'm making it a little bigger for visual purposes. This is a very large,
Can you show
seemingly
me what a
worm-like object.
20-foot radius looks like?
20-foot radius is... so that is 20 feet right there. The 20-foot radius is 20 feet on each side.
So it's coiled up. I would be able to...
If you're gonna fireball that, you're gonna hit like...
fire it.
Yeah, so... Oh my god. Yeah, because it's 20-foot radius. And radius is just from the center to the edge, correct?
Yeah, so it's 40.
Yeah,
40
it's
by
literally 40 across. You can cover that hole. You can literally completely encircle that creature if you want to.
Okay, so I could trap it in the center of a firewall, but it will cook.
I mean, I still think the eggs are fine, so I'm fine with cooking this fucker. Fucker? What's that?
Okay.
Also, it might not give a shit.
It's fair.
Let's do it.
Very well, let's do it. I'm gonna wall of fire around it as tightly as I can.
Okay. So just at that point, I'm going to have everyone roll initiative for me. So same thing, make sure you select your mini before you hit roll. Just so I know. Oh, it rolled like shit. That's good, because you guys caught it by surprises.
Initiative. I net one.
Hold up, I fucked up. I shit the bed. I didn't open the initiative counter. I suck, dude. It's fine. Turn. Who else rolled? Girthmog. Everyone rolled. Oh, hey, it all went through. Look at that. Oh, I love it. That makes me happy. Okay.
I actually nat one my fucking initiative, dude.
Hey, dude. So you are going to start. You're the only one who gets a surprise round because you're literally conjuring a giant wall of fire while everyone's watching, and it's going to get this thing's attention pretty fucking quick. So,
alright.
You step out and you just kind of begin waving your hands together as you begin to feel the energy manifest, and you just... And at the other end of the chamber, bright enough to illuminate this entire room, you see this massive wall of fire erupt. How tall is it?
20 foot.
Okay. Lol. So essentially, how do we want to lay out the fire? If it's 40 feet, or you said you're doing it as tightly as possible, yes?
Yeah, well,
it's up to you.
I have a 20-foot radius spear, or I can do 60 feet in a line. So
it's up to you.
60 feet.
I'll say you can make. Oh, you want to just do like a line like this?
Just cut it off. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're leaving the back wall exposed, not on fire. Good to know. Okay. So the fire erupts. I will have it make
I shouldn't do that now.
It's too late.
Oh, well.
It's gonna make its dex save to see if it avoids the fire. It does not. So it immediately off the bat takes 24 points of fire damage.
Here we go.
Yeah. So as that happens, you conjure this wall of fire, and you just hear this earth-shattering roar from this creature. This loud, just massive, just trembling. You see small pebbles begin to fall from the ceiling above you, and the ground begins shaking beneath your feet. As it does so, it appears that you have definitely awakened and angered this massive, massive creature. And even through the wall of fire now, you see the body begin to uncoil and unwrap. And what you thought was a fairly big creature, you're now realizing from front to tail, when it's not coiled, probably a good 40 feet long. This thing's fucking huge. It's long and it's thin. It's not particularly big in terms of like girth, like Girthmog here, but it is a very long centipede-like creature. You notice just hundreds of legs sticking out of this creature. But the one detail that really catches you off guard, you've seen centipedes before, where they normally have more of a weird kind of scythe, almost like two-pronged trident or whatever type tail. In place of that, you see what appears to be just a large, single, elongated stinger-like object, kind of coiled up, almost like a scorpion behind it. As this creature comes to life. Girthmog, you are starting this initiative round. You are at the start of the order. What are you going to do?
I'll run into the fire.
I tackle it.
Yeah, I guess I'm running in. I'm not. A part of me is like, am I pacifist Girthmog in this post-high world? But yeah, I'm gonna run in there. I'm wielding the cleaver and
two-handed cleaver. Let's go.
Yes. And fuck.
You step out. You prepare the cleaver of the barbarian chef gifted to you by your master, the one who trained you.
I want to ask you if it's okay. When I make the wall of fire, can I choose to keep them safe from it as my evocation thing? My spell sculpt.
As spell sculpting?
Yeah.
I have to look into that. For now, I'm going to say yes. For future rulings, I'll have to research that. I'm pretty sure if you can control a fireball and stop it from burning your friends, you should be able to manage a wall of fire. So if you wanted to prevent it from burning them, I would allow that.
Yeah, I just want them to take no damage from the burning.
Okay. Yeah, so you're all set on that. I will allow you to use your spell sculpting for, it's up to, what, 3 people for you right now? Maybe more?
It's 1 plus the spell's level. That's a level 4, so I could do 5 people.
Yep, so you're good.
So I can just cover all of us.
You guys are, I guess, made aware that you will not take damage from this creature. Or from this fire.
You accidentally put it also over the centipede.
It's safe now. The centipede is safe.
Finally! It can't take damage.
No.
Okay. I guess I'm spending my whole turn running towards it.
Sure. You have like 45 feet of movement, don't you?
Yes, 40 feet. Yeah.
40 feet. So yeah, if you use your action to dash, you can definitely reach this creature. And you find it recoiling in anger and like slightly singed. There's kind of like this weird kind of smell coming off the crisp, like the little bit of burning that's happening to its insect-like armor. But you are now face to face with this massive centipede-like creature. Its legs are kind of like clacking on the stone and this kind of rears up as you approach, almost like a snake would. And you see that tail with the stinger just kind of waving behind it, waiting to strike. That'll be your turn, I believe. You can bonus action rage if you'd like to.
I'm gonna say
aware.
I'm not raging from
not raging yet. Got it. You will be.
Oh.
You will be. It's the stoner. The stone isn't letting you rage. Okay, Roteleks.
Right, exactly.
You're up next. You see this wall of fire spring to life. Girthmog immediately just launches himself right at it. I sunk myself down in my chair again. I do that every single game.
So technically where he's at right now is like right here.
He is effectively in that creature's attack space, yes.
Okay. Oh no.
Technically, if we weren't allowing people to stand in the space of the monster, he would have got to there and still be in attack range. But I'm just gonna stick him there because it looks better.
Right, but is it possible for me to move here and go through him?
Can you move 70 feet in a turn?
I can, yeah.
Jesus Christ. You might have to. You could probably squeeze around Girthmog. It's definitely going to be a bit of a fit, and you are.
Well, no, I mean, I want to use Thunderstep. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear.
Oh yeah, you fucking absolutely Thunderstep.
I just wanted to make sure I had space on the other side of him. 'Cause I want to go through him.
Okay, yeah, you would probably. You could go there, to the side one. or this one over here, I'd say. The attack spaces are kind of getting merged at this point because it's like a big kind of skinny creature, so you're standing all around it and stuff.
And it wouldn't be advantage or anything because it's so big.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah, but no advantage. You just thunderstep. So it has to make a save now, right?
Yes, I believe so. But I want to cast that at level 3. I mean level 4.
Okay.
He's already.
Is it what save is it? Constitution 16. Does not make it, so it takes 25 thunder damage right off the bat. Damn! Did you just like, does it also do damage from where you launched yourself from? If I remember correctly, it might.
An unoccupied space. Immediately after you disappear, a thunderous boom sound, and each creature within 10 feet must make a Constitution saving.
So I'm not gonna lie to you, that would have only affected Firegrim. Because it's where you leave, not where you appear.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that spell is very useful for getting away from people, but not all that great for offensive. So if you would like to retcon that, I will allow you to do so.
I would very much like to retcon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was like, please don't.
You're still fairly new.
Damage to me.
Yeah, you're still fairly new to the class, so I will allow you to retcon. Didn't you take Misty Step?
No, I didn't. I guess.
Who took Misty Step? Was it Firegrim?
I don't know.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. All right. So what are you gonna do? What's the play here?
All right. So not that. I guess I'm just gonna use my turn to move.
Yeah, you can use your action to dash as well, so you can effectively double your movement.
I'll just. I guess I'll move here.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay. I guess that's my turn.
All right. Next up, we have the Deep Dweller. There's a very special homebrew monster that I made just for you guys. It is still pretty taken aback by everything that has occurred. The giant wall of flame appearing in front of it, the two individuals just suddenly running into its space. So it is going to do something it is quite accustomed to doing. It is going to, as you kind of watch, it begins to just kind of weave and turn and bolts for the wall behind it. And as you watch, begin and just climbs up the side of the cliff behind it, making its way up to the ceiling above. It has 30 feet of climb speed, so it is now 10 feet above the height of your wall of fire. And it's just looking down at the two of them. Beneath it. It doesn't have... It has one ranged attack, but I'm not sure I want to use it yet. Yeah, no, it's just gonna use its whole movement and gonna dash and go 60 feet. And as you all look, you can see the roof above you. It is just now rested. 60 feet off the ground. Kind of just like up in the corner, looking down at you, kind of like you see its two mandibles just kind of as it just begins sizing up what to do with you guys. So I'm gonna scooch this over here because it's just kind of hanging up in the corner at this point. Firegrim, you're up. You see this now. This creature just above your wall of fire, illuminated completely in all its terror as its kind of scorpion-like tail is just dangling there, waiting to strike.
30 feet behind this pile of what I can only assume are eggs.
Those are stalagmites.
Okay,
so like
stalagmites.
The big pointy things. That's what all those are. The eggs are exclusively inside of these, and you guys do not see any of them yet. Well, you see the eggs, but none of them are doing anything.
Let me check real quick to make sure I'm not doing stupid things. Okay, I can't dash. That's fine.
You can dash. You just wouldn't be able to do anything else.
No, I mean as a bonus action. I was looking at what Nimble Escape did for me.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I can't dash. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of move a little bit over here, actually.
Okay.
It's how far is this? 60 feet and then 60 feet up.
Yeah. Anyone remember their Pythagorean theorem?
Would it be 150 feet?
No.
No.
Only 60 feet off the ground, 60 feet away. I'm a rough estimate. It's about 80-foot distance from you in terms of the angle. It's not that high up.
Okay. I'm going to
You have spell sniper. You
fireball
can
it.
literally hit
I don't have
everything in
spell
this.
sniper.
Oh,
I
you
don't.
didn't take that.
No,
Okay.
no.
So you're gonna fireball it.
I'm gonna fireball it on the wall.
Okay, and what's the radius on that attack? Out of curiosity.
I believe 20.
Okay, so you can do that without hitting your team, and it wouldn't matter anyway because you are an evocation wizard.
Evocation.
Go ahead. So that is a dex save from the creature, if I remember correctly. Evocation. That's a natural 20 plus 1. So it
how many ones
succeeds.
did I get? That is.
You got no one. You got 1/1.
I got 1/1, so that's
So it'd be
a 2.
31 total damage then if you add the extra 1 to make it a 2.
Yeah.
Reduced to half, which we round up, so 16. Because it succeeded. It takes 16 points of fire damage. You guys are starting to chip away at it. It doesn't look... I mean, it's concerned because a bunch of people just kind of showed up in its fucking house and started burning
to chip
So-
away.
Out
Yeah,
of curiosity, it doesn't like lose its footing at all getting hit with fire.
doesn't seem to. You
Yeah.
gather, based on the way those legs are working, they dig right into the stone.
Okay. Fucking
Yup.
thanks.
After that, however, it is going to use one of its legendary actions.
Yay.
Actually, no, it's not. None of you are in range. However, we are at initiative count 20, so one of the lair actions is going to take effect. So looking around at the individual who has now shot fire at it on several occasions, has made himself visible, the creature is going to look at you and kind of just let loose and like back itself up and let loose another one of the roars that it did when you came in, only this time louder, more ear-shattering, more terror-inducing, and the ground begins trembling under your feet. And as you look up, you see some of the stalactites above you all begin to shake and wiggle loose as the sheer thunderous roar from this creature begins to make pieces fall. I need to see a dexterity saving throw from everybody, please.
All right. Oh.
Okay. So Firegrim and Girthmog both managed to avoid the bulk of it, where Roteleks is not so lucky. I believe it's 3d6. Yep. Oh, I rolled below the average. Fuck. Okay, so Roteleks, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as these rocks fall from the ceiling and you're just unable to clear out of the way of them. Girthmog and Firegrim, however, managed to avoid the bulk of the damage. You only take half, so it's just 4 points of damage to the each of you. As like you just now looking up, you notice it's not as sturdy in here as you were thinking it was. Maybe it's all the burrowing, or maybe this is how this creature intentionally likes its layers to be. But you have wandered right into a nest, and it has a couple of ways to defend itself in the case of this. First up, we have Girthmog. The creature is still above you, about 60 feet up in the air.
Fuck. I guess I'm getting the hell out of there.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna run back towards Firegrim. Is this thing, does it, compared to the cave we came through on, is it bigger?
Which?
Smaller?
The one
It's
over here?
The one we came through, which was there.
The creature?
Yeah,
You gather it made those tunnels.
gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, it's not very wide. It's only about 5 feet wide at any given point. It is just long.
Yeah, I'm scared it's gonna attack Firegrim, so I'm gonna run back towards him.
You gotta protect your coworker, your business partner, leaving Roteleks by the wall of fire.
I can't afford a lawsuit, dude.
That's fair. Okay, so that's your turn. Roteleks, you're up. Currently standing in the wall of fire, but protected from it because of your ally's affinity towards evocation magic. This creature is just standing above you. You gather it doesn't have much to do beyond its couple things it has already. You seem to be mostly out of its range. What would you like to do?
I will. Let's see. It's a range of 30 feet. He's above me, right?
Yeah, he's 60 feet up.
He's 60 feet
Off the ground.
me. Okay. Cool. In that case, let's see. I will throw out a lightning bolt
Lightning bolt. Okay, go ahead. Is that a dex save or an
Lightning bolt.
attack roll from you? I can't remember.
It is a dex save. Of,
16. Okay. It fails! Okay, so 28 points of lightning damage. Still gripped firmly to the roof. It doesn't seem to be falling at all, but, like, it has now taken a substantial amount of damage. It is what I would call bloodied. Which,
And-
for people unfamiliar in the parlance, it's about at half HP. Is what bloodied
Okay.
means.
Nice,
I'm gonna
nice.
move back here as well.
Okay. You do manage to avoid the attack range of it. Next up, we have the Deep Dweller. So, with its movement speed, which is not all that shitty, how far can it go? It's on the roof. 20 feet from there. Oh, baby. Okay. So, it is going to scoot right over to here. Looking at you guys, based on its attack range, can hit all of you. It is going to just on the roof above you, kind of, you see it scuttering along, and you see bits of stone falling as it kind of weaves around the stalactites that are up there. And as it kind of gets into your range, it looks down at all of you, kind of tilts its head back at a weird backwards angle, and you notice it just begin retching as this massive goo, sticky glue-like substance just erupts in a 20-foot cone from this creature's mouth, hitting all of you. I need everyone...
Can I reaction absorb elements?
It is not acid damage. This is not a damaging spell. It is not an elemental attack.
Okay.
I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
And I get this with that.
Yep,
Can I-
that
I can
is
see-
definitely something you can fucking
I-
see.
Okay.
That's from that one.
Y'all gonna die today? Sorry. Girthmog, you get to roll. Oh, you all rolled so bad.
No.
Holy
dude.
fuck. Okay. So essentially what it spits out at you is this very glue-like spit. Not quite spider webs per se, but like literal adhesive spit. And the three of you, having failed your saving throws, are now considered restrained within this substance. You gather this is an ambush predator, and this is the way it likes to catch its prey. That will be its whole turn, however, because it takes an action to do that, and it can't make any of its attacks against you. So, you are all now stuck. You can try to free yourselves. It is just not going to be easy. You kind of like trying to just pull yourself out of this mess. Firegrim, you're up.
So restrained, I literally can't do anything other than get out.
You can't move. You can still cast, I believe. Oh, it's a 20-foot cone, but that's basically there you go.
Okay, I can still cast.
Yeah, you can
All right.
absolutely.
I want to shoot the fireball towards like its back, but I don't want to shoot at it. I want to shoot at the rocks and stalagmites above it.
Oh, you're aiming to break its footing. Okay. Yeah,
I
sure.
want it to fall and I want it to get buried is what I'm going for here.
All right. I'm gonna say the ceiling can't exactly make a dexterity saving throw, so I'm gonna hinge this on your ability to throw a fireball.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a ranged spell attack. You're still
I'm just
gonna
use,
yeah, you're
I'm just
still gonna
use
hit.
firebolt with it.
Sure.
So.
And fireball a
Come
dex
on,
save.
baby! Come on, baby!
You rolled 19 plus 7. Holy shit. Okay, that's just a firebolt. So you do. You pick a spot that looks fairly weak.
I just cast this so for the fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's still gonna hit him. He still has to make a dex save because it was close enough to him that it's in range. He fails. And I'm gonna say with that, combined with that really good shot and the damage, you manage to just break the ceiling out, and some of the stalactites begin falling. The creature begins like trying to grip on to sturdy places of the roof, but the sheer force of your explosions, the fireball just goes off. The creature just falls with it. It's gonna make a dex save to see if it can land on its feet.
Oh,
Get fucked.
2 2s in a row.
Yeah, it's effectively falling because it's 40 feet long. It's falling. It's gonna try to like get its legs under it. It's not gonna take the full fall damage, but it's gonna take, I'm gonna say 40 feet worth of damage before it manages to start getting its legs down. So that is, I believe, was it 4d8 for fall damage? It's a D8.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, it takes 10. It's not as bad as you thought it was. I'm also going to I'm gonna roll a D100. If it's over 70%, some stalactites are gonna hit them too. They do not, unfortunately. They manage to just fall onto the ground around it. It does take the fall damage and is now on ground level with you all and kind of just picking itself up. The bug has no reflexes. You're absolutely correct.
It would fall on its back, would it not?
Yep. But it's also a centipede, so it's pretty easy to just kind of maneuver itself. However, it is currently prone. Keep that in mind. It is now the top of the initiative order again, however, and beginning to fear for its well-being. It's going to start making different noises you haven't heard yet. It's not a roar, more of a chittering. And as it does this and begins frantically tapping what legs it can on the ground, you notice some of the eggs begin to quiver.
No.
And burst, as you notice what appear to be small swarms of centipedes. Nothing too major, just a number of centipede young spawning from the holes around. I'm gonna roll D4.
Oh.
Okay.
There's
so
4 of them?
Yeah, you're lucky I didn't add the +2 to that. I was thinking, like, should I have a +2 in the D4? No, it's just 4. So,
how lucky are we?
there's 1. There's 2. I'll make 2 come out of that one because I can. And then the last one's going to be over here. But, actually, I'm going to say that one doesn't count. So it doesn't get 1 because you firewalled essentially that whole thing. And the heat from that firewall alone is enough to cook most of the eggs out of there. So you just got the sweet 3 swarms because one hole is pretty much completely inflamed. You haven't taken any damage yet. I am going to have the centipede swarms just go on this guy's initiative to make my life easier. So at the start of the round, Girthmog, you're up.
Has the webbing... That's still a thing.
Oh yeah, it's permanent. Like you have to try to get out of this to move.
Yeah.
You can still attack, but you are
Does,
currently like unable to move beyond just swinging your arms and shit.
By any chance, does the webbing around my cleaver, has it dissipated at all? Like maybe the...
No, the poison is still present on your cleaver.
Okay.
Like it mostly hit your feet, like it kind of covered the ground. You can still move your weapons around and have relative mobility. You just can't move from that spot.
I would like to cut myself free.
Yeah, you can try to pull yourself free with... I have it written down. It is just a basic athletics or strength check of your choice. Whatever you prefer. You're not raging, so it's not at advantage. You do not manage to break free. You start to, and you begin to feel like one of your legs comes out, and as you put it back down to regain your balance, you just find yourself stuck fast again.
Fuck me. That's it.
You could still have an attack. It's technically just a bonus action to try to free yourself.
Can I swing? Yeah, I guess so. Same
You
thing.
have
Athletics.
Yeah, you can try to cut yourself out if you want to. I'll allow it.
Pretty good.
Yeah, with all your modifiers. So, like, unable to pull yourself out with sheer strength of will and power and girth, you just take your cleaver and begin hacking down into the webbing at your feet, kind of clearing a space. It's not so much webbing as it is goo, but you do manage to clear out enough to like get your feet mobile. So next turn, you will be able to move and do all your shit.
Let's go. Okay.
So Girthmog is currently free. That will, however, be your whole turn. Roteleks, you are standing just like a foot from this creature, held fast in this sticky goo. What are you gonna do? Creature's looking rough. It's not happy looking. I can tell you that.
I'm gonna hit it with blight.
Do it. Hit that blight.
So we're gonna try that.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, so that is a... 1 second, I gotta find the thingy here. Where'd my sheet go? Oh, my page froze. I have to reload. 1 second. Fuck. Every now and again, the homebrew monsters on D&D Beyond just take a shit. Okay, we're back. So it is a Constitution saving throw. It succeeds. Does it take half damage as well?
It does take.
Okay, so we round up 17. It's, you notice at this point, as you reach out and It's a touch spell, I believe, right? No, it is not. It's 30 feet. As you kind of manifest this necrotic energy, this green flash emanates from your hand, kind of dispersing over this creature. You notice some of the chitin begin to wither, some of the legs begin to shrivel. Did a sizable amount of damage, even halved. That's pretty impressive. It is still standing, but it is now like there's pieces of armor falling off of it. There's a couple legs that are no longer useful. And that's... Go ahead.
Could I still try to get out of the
bonus action to try to get out? That's how I balance this for you guys. Go ahead.
Cool. I would. What do I need to roll for that? Sorry.
That will be a athletics or strength. Your choice. They're probably about the same anyway. It's not quite enough, unfortunately. You just begin to try to pull yourself up, and same deal. You just can't get yourself out. You feel confident knowing that you did a sizable amount of damage to this creature. But if anything, you're the next closest threat.
Right.
Next up, the centipedes are going to go bonk. What's the movement on the centipedes? 20 feet. Okay, so that one can get to there. This one, however, can only get to there. It can reach Firegrim. Beautiful. And then the last one cannot make it all the way to Roteleks. But you do see this other swarm of centipedes like kind of begin scurrying towards you.
Oh, no.
However, it's the big guy in front of you got to worry about as he kind of just rolls and rights himself using half his movement to get up from prone. He is going to come in and just raise himself above you. Just try to take a chomp on you.
Oh.
Bite attack incoming.
Oh.
Yeah, I rolled an 11, so I don't think that hits
12.
you. Yeah,
No, 12, yeah.
You lucky son of a bitch. Wait, I'm sorry. You're restrained. The attack is at advantage. I apologize. That one does hit. Sorry. Gotta follow the rules. That's my bad. So, you take 23 points of piercing damage as this thing's mouth and mandibles just close on you and pierce right into your bony, what little bits of flesh you have left on your torso.
I'm not feeling good, boys.
But wait. There's more! Since it succeeded, it's an automatic grapple, and you are now considered grappled in this creature's mouth. You're no longer held by the adhesive. It chomps down and just yanks you right off. You're currently held in the air in this thing's mouth. You guys see two of Roteleks' feet just sticking out of this creature's mouth. Very like Men in Black fighting the giant ant dude. Type deal, giant cockroach guy, and he's kind of just beginning to stuff Roteleks down with what's left of its mandibles. I don't believe it can reach anyone else. It cannot. Lucky for you guys. I don't need to roll for this right now, but I'm going to. He does not recharge his spit, so you guys are lucky. That is, yeah, so Roteleks, you're just held in the air in this creature's mouth. The two swarms are going to make an attack on Girthmog and Firegrim. I don't expect great things. That's an 8 for Girthmog, so that does not hit. That's a 19 for Firegrim.
Reaction shield.
You're good. So as these centipedes just begin writhing up at you and kind of surrounding your feet, climbing your legs, beginning to try to pierce into your skin, you just let loose like a flash of arcane energy and shield yourself from it, and they kind of like dissipate and begin bringing back around. It is trying to swallow him, Ramish. That'll be their turn though, however. Firegrim, you're up.
Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna drop con on this wall of fire, and I'm going to try to make a line of wall of fire hitting the three things and him. Just a line of it.
How it's only 5 feet wide, right?
Yeah, it's only 5 feet wide.
So you'd have to move over there, and yeah, you could do it. Yeah,
and I want to catch all of them. I want to protect these two from the, protect all three of us from the.
Yeah, you're good. So you're gonna have to scoot and move so you can get them all in a line, but for the most part, well, I guess you don't have to move. You can just conjure it anyway. So real quick, I'm gonna get rid of the drawings, and we're gonna draw a new firewall.
It's 60 feet, so as long as it's like 60 feet of catching them, that's what I want to go for.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah. So you singe whatever eggs are left in this fucking cavern too, by the way. I don't even feel like I need to roll for these guys. Nope, fail, fail, fail. So all 3 hordes of the centipede just burst into flame.
And
Rolled
I want
1 damage more than their max HP.
I want the flame or the damage side to be out towards Big Guy.
I figured. Okay. So yeah, that would just do enough to get all of them. The big guy is gonna roll. Why did I roll a bite? I'm sorry, I ignore that.
Don't take it.
He rolls a natural 20 for 21, so he takes half, which is rounded up. It'll be 12, right?
12.
Yeah. Still up. He's not looking great. You see a little bit of like a fight or flight reflex begin to kick in. However, at the end of your turn, it is going to use one of its legendary actions it's going to use all 3 of its legendary actions to make a swallow attack against Roteleks. So that is just another bite attack, and if it hits, instead of taking damage, I think you still take a little damage actually, but double checking. Yep. Okay. And it's at advantage. So you take 17 points of piercing damage. Lucky I rolled shit on the first one. As this creature just and begins just stuffing you down into its gullet.
Yeah, I was at 5, so
You are unconscious then.
Jesus.
Oh no.
You're in luck. You don't take acid damage yet.
hooray!
But you are currently unconscious and within this creature's stomach. You guys see Roteleks' feet just disappear entirely into this creature as it kind of just swallows and then looks at you, and you see the mandibles just begin clacking eagerly. At the top of the round, it can't do another layer action for another turn or so, especially the cave-in one. I set a limit to that. Why did I do that? You can only do it once every 3 turns. So he has another turn to wait before he can do that. Girthmog, you are up.
Seeing my new friend in danger, I finally find the rage within me.
Ah!
I now rage for positivity.
Positive raging. I can get behind that.
I charge the centipede.
Yeah, you got yourself out, so you just rush up. I'm gonna move. Oh, not him. Roteleks, you're now over here. Just so you're aware. That's you. Congratulations. There you go. I can't move your minis because the centipede's too big, but you just position yourselves where you want. You run straight up to this creature as you see Roteleks has been swallowed whole.
Now I'm hoping there's some debilitating poison here, that it works for bugs.
Who knows? That was your Warhammer,
oops.
but you would just be a +9 instead of a +8, so you would have rolled a 28 instead of a 27.
I realized I replaced instead of added.
Ah, yeah, that'll happen. So whatever the damage is, I think the glaive is a D10 if memory serves, right? Or D12?
Well, I wish I could tell you, dude.
I'll track it down and find it for you in a minute. For now, just roll the damages. We'll say you're using it two-handed. You rolled max damage on the two-handed attack. Okay. So you rush forward, you swing, you step in, you just sink the axe right into like where its chest would be. You think you're safe enough to have not hit Hell's Corp with it. Creature does not go down, but it begins collapsing. It is now on death's door. You have another strike. What would you like to do?
Swing again.
Go ahead. It's close, man. Like, this is... you didn't roll your attack. 18 just manages to hit. If you want, you can roll damage again, or we can take the 12.
Yeah, take it.
Okay. As you step forward, you slam the axe into the body, and you step back and do it one more time. Cleave down. Just barely didn't make it. It's still up. It has, like, you're in the single fucking digits at this point. However, that will be your turn. Roteleks, I need you to make me a death saving throw, please.
Just a D20?
Yeah. If it's above 10, you succeed. If it's below it, that's one death save. You succeed.
Oh,
So you have
so
one-
close to 1 HP, dude.
Yeah, you have. If a nat 20 would have been stabilized with 1 HP. I'm gonna be honest with you. That is really good news for you.
It's good.
Yeah. So you take a death save success. That is your whole turn. We are on. There's no more centipedes left. They're all fucking dead. The wall of flame is still up. So does it take that damage at the start of its turn?
At the
18?
end of its turn, if it
Okay.
ends in the range of it.
I mean, it's afraid of like everything at this point. Okay. So, Roteleks, at the beginning of this creature's turn, since you are in its stomach and currently being digested by this creature, you feel this, even in your unconscious state, you feel pain. You feel a burning, seething pain, and you're, even in your unconscious state, beginning to understand why your drow friend looked like a little Freddy Krueger-esque, as whatever flesh you would have on your bones, whatever little bits is left, begins to just cook away. You find yourself with a mostly it's bleached skeleton at this point, feeling a little fresh and clean. You do take damage from it, so that'll be an automatic 2 death saves failed. Taking damage when you're unconscious.
Goodness gracious.
I apologize. You're being eaten alive. However, at the end of the turn, it has to make a dex save or take damage, correct? It succeeds. It takes half damage.
Oh, do I need to reroll?
I'm just gonna. I am gonna be honest with you. It doesn't.
I'll just reroll it for you,
go,
brother.
Go ahead. It doesn't fucking matter anyway.
That's another one on there. So 26.
The last blow of the combat. How would you like to describe your kill?
Okay, so
How
as
does
it's
this
sitting
manifest? It is being killed by the firewall, so take that into account.
there, so the firewall's there, and as its turn ends, you just see the firewall kind of flare out a little bit and kind of catch it like its jaw or whatever's closest to it, just singe all of that as it starts to incinerate.
Yeah, so starting from the head, like this creature now just begins burning. You see the mandibles burn off, the antenna burn off, the armor begin bubbling and sizzling, popping off the body as it expands and bubbles and heats up. Roteleks doesn't take any damage inside from it because he's pretty well protected, actually. It even specifies you are completely protected. You have total cover.
Wow.
It's getting a little toasty in there, though, not gonna lie. And as the fire just consumes this creature, you don't incinerate it to the point there's not going to be any meat left, lucky for you. But definitely the head is beyond saving or eating at this point. As the creature just slumps to the ground, mostly dead. I'm going to say, in a haste, Girthmog just reaches his fist into this creature's gullet and yanks out Roteleks' unconscious form, because if he's in there another 30 seconds, he will die. And you just see the now perfectly white bleached skeleton of Roteleks laying on the ground, unconscious. If he had eyes, they would be closed. What are you gonna do? You have an unconscious teammate.
Jesus, okay.
I'm gonna.
Does shoving food, does he get the heals from that? Can I?
You want to try
were you here? Were you here when Rusty said we all had a healing potion?
Oh, yeah, no, you weren't. Because you had no healers, I decided you all have a healing potion at the start of this, so someone can use their healing potion. I think Tark was the only one not in the call when that happened.
I will use it. I am the meatiest, so.
Yeah, you just pop the cork on the healing potion and ram it into Roteleks' skeletal mouth, kind of chipping a couple of teeth on the way in, probably, changing the veneer a little bit. And you watch as this potion of healing kind of trickles down his spine and like over his bones and just puddles on the ground below. And you're like, oh shit, maybe it didn't work. And then you watch as his bones just begin to seep up this potion on the ground as it works its way into his body. And you see, again, there's no eyes to open, but the skull immediately like turns to look at you, Girthmog. And you are now awake, Roteleks.
No, I had no doubt. I want to lay down.
I would have gone with you to the end.
We are enlightened.
I have cooked so much shit out of these past 2 days. So much.
Nerf Firegrim.
Never nerf Firegrim. So, yeah.
Let's harvest.
Yeah, so real quick.
Oh, for what it matters,
much-
I would have used I would have used my Fury of the Small on that last hit anyway.
Yeah, really
so.
done it. Yeah, no, so one more turn in there, Roteleks would have died. That would have been a
Awesome.
total PC loss there.
Good.
I am too. I like Roteleks a lot. That's just how it ended up. Your Barbarian ended up in the back line for a minute, and Roteleks ended up in the front.
I don't know if you remember. I very narrowly escaped death last time.
Yep,
too.
no, you seem to have a thing with, like,
Yeah.
death.
I literally was on my last saving throw last
Yep.
time as well.
Yep, no,
in
wait.
a pit of magma.
Yep. Yep.
I'm so fucking happy shooting him off the ceiling worked.
It did. The fact you used the spell to aim for the ceiling, I wasn't gonna not count that. If you, like, just aiming for it wouldn't have done it, but blowing up the fucking ceiling it was standing on. So go ahead, someone roll me a survival or nature check to try to harvest this thing before we wind up the session real quick.
I will assist.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
Hells definitely has a
I
death
think
king.
Girthmog has
I
a
meant to
better
do
one
the
than me.
nature.
Mine stinks. Oh my god.
You rolled a nat 1 minus 1. Oh, I love it. A 0. But Roteleks, you have a bit of a score to settle with this creature. You're kind of unhappy. You're not feeling great about what just happened. It was a little embarrassing, and like, who wants to be down the gullet of a giant centipede with a scorpion tail? Nobody. You guys didn't even catch the brunt of the tail, by the way, so you got really lucky. Because you made it climb away from you, you didn't get stabbed by the tail that poisons you for 3d8.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Yeah, good.
So, with that roll, I would say you managed to harvest enough of this creature. You harvest enough surviving armor pieces from the back of this thing's shell to make a set of armor out of it, if you so choose. You have crafting materials from this creature. Some of the legs, maybe even use as daggers. Who knows? You manage to break the stinger off and harvest some poison from it. So you can add three vials of poison to your inventory, Roteleks. And then Girthmog and Firegrim. There is enough meat here to make stew at the brothel for just at least a month. Like, there's so much. It's not so much like, it's more how much can you carry as opposed to how much did you get.
Wow.
That's all I'm gonna say. There's a lot of meat here. This is a 40-foot long centipede.
Yeah, let's take all we can. I mean,
Fucking rich.
Dude, what do I add? Sorry, what do I add for that stuff earlier? The
poison?
flowering shit.
I'm gonna have to homebrew
Oh,
that
like
one
acid.
for you.
Okay, cool.
You got 2 vials of it, right?
I thought it was 3, but yeah.
3 of each.
So many ingredients.
Yeah. So I'll give you guys a list, and when we get together next to reprise these characters, you'll have all the stuff you managed to harvest. However, I will say at that point, you managed to harvest as much of this creature as you can physically carry. You probably get about 2 to 3 weeks, maybe in a month worth of meat, depending on how you decide to fit it into your soup dishes for the upcoming launch at the brothel. So, loading up all your stuff.
There will be an F rating.
There will be an F rating, unfortunately.
on
But you know what?
building.
In the world of the evildoers, an F rating on a
But you're
building.
still
Still
gonna
food.
come around
Yeah,
just
yeah,
for the
yeah, it's still
camaraderie.
But I will fail you. Don't think I will not fail you.
Yeah.
You put rat blood everywhere.
Like,
make-
you guys are horrible, but I like it here.
To make your way back to
It's
the
that one dive
drow,
bar
which,
you know you
because
might be shot at.
none of you even asked, his name was Glyffindel. Anyway, you continue.
Weird.
You find your friend who's just like sitting where you left him. You kind of make your way back to the shadowy spot where he was, and as you all appear, Roteleks looking a little shinier than before. All of you kind of covered in that sticky substance that has definitely like covered you. It's unpleasant. It's like when you have to wear bug spray and you just feel it on your skin for the next 2 hours kind of shit.
Yes.
He just looks at you surprised, smiles and nods.
I just look at him and I say, I fucking cooked it!
Somehow that doesn't surprise me, little one. I'm impressed. I thought you were gonna die. Honestly, I was planning on
got a
picking
new
your bodies
shine.
clean. I could see that. Look at you. Looking very handsome today. So, heading back then, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, much to be done. Yeah.
You're gonna have to tell me all about that fight. I heard it. I didn't see it. And like I said, I'm not going to fucking near that thing. It's dead, right? Like, I'm not
You
gonna come
really
back.
want to know about the fight?
I'm not gonna come
Fire.
back down here and find it alive. Am I?
I open whatever we're carrying the bag of meat in.
It's just like the mandibles are just sticking out. Oh, okay. All right, that'll about cover it then. You guys, you better than I thought you would. Let's get you back home and maybe you can cook me up some of that soup you promised.
Absolutely.
I still have 3 level 2 spell slots and 2
Hell yeah,
level
dude.
1s.
All right. So at that point, this guy is going to begin leading your way back to the town. You arrive safe and sound, returning to your restaurant, the newly dubbed Brothel, place for all things deliciously soupy. And begin to just tuck in and prepare yourself a nice meal as a bit of a reward. You find some of the bottles of booze that have been left around, and as you're doing so, you now notice the drow who has accompanied you pull out what appears to be one of the small death blossoms that you had been trying to harvest before. Apparently he made some useful time, or made use of his time. He just puts it down on the table, grabs the back of his dagger, and pops it, and just leans in and just kind of leans back in the chair. And that is where we're going to wrap things for tonight, everybody. I want to thank everyone for coming out. Tark, JTB, and Hellas Corp. If you haven't already, go check them out. I'm pretty sure y'all have. If you haven't, just do it. Just do it right now. That was so fun. Thank you all so much for playing. It's always a pleasure to have, like, the 3 of you together. Could not have fucking planned that better. That was gorgeous in every single way. Thank everyone for coming. Ending out with 19 viewers. That's pretty substantial. I don't have any, like, Dungeons and Dragons peeps to raid out on right now, so let's just like see who's doing stuff on D&D right now. Let's just see.
For the fans out there, I gotta do it one time.
Yep.
Let's fucking go, dude.
There you go.
Quite significant that it got cut out.
It got
as much
fully,
as the fucking laughing
fully
does.
cut out. Okay, well that person is just ending their fucking D&D stream. God damn it, people.
That's
God.
why we need Discord.
Oh, these people are running Descent into Avernus. There we go. Fuck it. We're gonna raid out on Darling Creepshow because they're doing an Avernus campaign and that sounds fucking metal as shit. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna send that on over there. Hope you guys enjoy whatever game they're running. I'm gonna check it out for a bit, grab myself a snack. I will not be, I might be around tomorrow. We're not doing D&D, so I might go ahead and stream some Visage or Elden Ring or something. I'm gonna figure it out. So we're gonna shoot the raid on over here. Everyone have a good night. Be good to each other. I have been Rusty. These have been my friends, and we'll catch y'all next time. Peace.